with that, we're definitely on YouTube, who we were not speaking about just a moment ago about how your comments are and all that. That was definitely not a thing that was happening over here before that. But with all that said, we are getting into Kenshi, picking up where we left off. Don't worry about Sir Scrappy the Great or Tor Solo Solo. Those are none of your business. You don't need to worry about anything happening there. Because I may or may not be planning my next YouTube series. Don't worry about it. But we're going to be getting back into Kenshi. Now, where we left off yesterday, we've got a group that we've put together. We've got a nice, pretty well set up base going on in the Dead Cat, which is cannibal territory. That's been holding up relatively fine on its own. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we've got that set up, and that's going mostly. I just go in and deal with it when they have a raid. Otherwise, I just kind of let it run. We've got our big away team of skeletons we've been building up to go and collect bounties and all that. And to that end, we spent time in, I'm blanking on the name of it, Deadlands and Venge yesterday. We have taken down the Thrall Masters in Venge, which certainly got interesting, considering I've done that before on stream way back, and the last time I did it, just fighting through the weak Thralls, even though they are weak, like, we were struggling by just the war of attrition of having to fight through what felt like hundreds of them again and again to get to the Thrall Masters, to then fight, you know, a particularly powerful enemy up there. This one, we saw some Thralls, we fought like a handful of them, and then we just walked in, and we drug one of, they did a dirty secret on that one, where they put all the Thrall people in the same spot, and like, I just gonna get the... Alright, so you're in a hang. Let's go start running up this way. So what they did is, instead of having... Because this is the Genesis mod, for those who don't know. Instead of having, like, the leader up top with Angu and, you know, a bunch of people scattered here and there that you could, like, pick them off a couple at a time and then fight your big heavy fight, they put them all in the same spot in the building, which is like, okay, I see what you did here. You made it so this wasn't an easy pick-in location. You know, I had to actually engage it. And then because they were facing the wrong way, I was able to take my main character who's done a lot of stealth and assassination, and is able to just knock the people down one by one, take their weapons and chuck them on the ground so they didn't have them. Until it was just like the leader left as the only one I hadn't knocked out. And I successfully knocked him out and just walked out. I was like, alright, well, we're still fighting everyone else. That we did kind of cheese it. But, they had two powerful people up there instead of the one, and so we captured both of them, which is what we were doing over there in Hang as we were claiming the bounties. So that was a quick 40,000. I don't think they're gonna be wanted. They're vagrants. That said, if they fight us, they'll absolutely get murdered. Because we are starting to get stronger. All right, let's slow down so if they do engage us. Yeah, they're engaging us into a fight. There's no words, just murder. So, even... Oh, you three can get into the fight. These are the ones carrying our expensive bounties the last time, so they were just set on to defensive for the time being. So we just wanted to protect our investment. But now we've cashed it in, we don't need to worry about it. But that said, in our group right now, we got a bunch of ancient books, and AI cores that we've claimed from our adventuring that I'm trying to get back to main base to cash in. I think... Oh, let's check our... Yeah, because they don't have equipment for a lot of them. Not that I'm expecting anything good here. Actually, let's have you have that instead. Just making sure everyone's at least got something on. Yeah, so we had a pretty good cash in from that. But none of them have bounties. None of them were well equipped. They're vagrants. So we're just going to keep on moving. Green number's good. Green number's good. Red number is bad, right? So it's red numbers are numbers against you. White numbers are against, like, someone hitting someone who's either considered neutral or good, so someone who isn't you, but, you know, you might be friendly with. And then green numbers are damage against things that are hostile to you. So green numbers good, white numbers maybe good, maybe bad, red numbers bad. Yeah, so we got a little bit of a hike across the Great Desert. What city is that? Oh, that's Rot. Yeah, it's fine. So we got a little bit of a hike. We're trying to get across the map to, whatever. One thing we do have to watch out for is Agnew was being held slave by the Thrall Masters. So they do have the stat looks like slave, which means if groups like this, the slave people, see them, there's a pretty good chance they will attack him as an escaped slave. And if they do, we will murder the crap out of him. But, you know, we don't actually have much to gain from that fight other than, like, minute amounts of stats. So we're going to try to avoid getting in those fights if we can help it. If we get into it, it's fine. It's just, we gain little from it, you know, and then potentially it just slows us down. Alright. But that'll be a big thing while we're crossing through United Cities territory is, the roaming slave hunters and all that. We also will have to deal with skimmers, which can actually be pretty rough at times. Okay, Dune Dogs, if you want to die, we can sign up. We're gonna go ahead and have everyone run over here. And then turn and burn on the Dune Dogs. I don't actually want their hides. Oh. But if we don't take them, they'll just get back up. Yep, you could have lived Dune Dogs, but instead you had to be all murdery, so, you know, you're on your own. But yeah, so as a reminder, I mentioned it earlier on, we do have the new YouTube video up from where we've been doing the Farm Sim Survivor Man Challenge. I have one that I've been doing on Twitch, and I've got a completely different run I've been doing on the other platforms. I'm sorry, one little Dune Dog. You're gonna attack me anyway, so just embrace. That kind of feels bad. I was expecting a little bit more fight out of that Dune Dog. Instead, it just immediately collapsed. Alright, it is what it is. It's going to attack me anyways. Alright, so I am trying to avoid Bast. And the reason I'm trying to avoid Bast is Holy Nation has a lot of people there. Like, a lot of people. And we could probably hold up in a fight with 1 or 2 groups of Holy Nation troops. But it is those places that you get into a fight, you win the fight. I mean, your bounty's right here next to a major town where I can turn in the bounty. So, how many bounties you got in here? You've got a good number. We're doing this. $900 is not worth my time. We're up to 2,000. 2,000 is not worth my time. We got good stuff on, so let's just keep moving. Considering we're regularly making, you know, tens and tens of thousands on regular basis, and like we very regularly break 100,000. All right. Oh, that skimmer's chosen death. Yeah, skimmers can hit pretty hard. One thing you'll notice about the Genesis mod is the damage we take is considerably higher than you're probably used to. That is just how this particular mod works. Leave the gross meat. It's not worth very much. It's just one of those things. Like, it's been a real problem because of, like, the iron spiders, which iron spiders, yeah, they hit hard and they're annoying in vanilla. Like, they're one of those things that you gotta work your way up to. In this one, they've straight up one-tapped my people, even with, you know, 30 and 40 toughness, just straight up peg me for 170 damage and drop someone. So, it has established that I am going to need to get, like, proper armor, that you're not going to be able to get away with, like, wearing a gi that gives you a nice boost to dodge and be running around with, like, 60 dodge as a viable strategy. Like, the dodge could still be good. Alright, manhunters won't be wanted, but they might attack Agnew. Alright, we're good. But, it does mean, even if I have really high dodge, I will want the armor to back it up, because there's some attacks you just can't dodge, or like area of effect kind of attacks that you get caught with anyways. What? I don't know I killed that. I didn't see it. I was expecting to see like a ninja rolling around. Yep. So one thing we need to watch is there is, somewhere in here, there is a ninja that has a pretty high bounty. Which is something we do intend to do at some point, is go and grab the, like, the bounty documents. Because that'll help guide you to big targets, so you can talk to them so they're not hostile. More rebel farmers. Watch, you're gonna start having ones that actually have good bounty. Oh my goodness, they're all wanted. Like, all but one of them is wanted. And we're at that point we'd have to turn around to turn some... because Drin doesn't have a prison. It's fine. That's actually worth me doing, but... I'm just trying to get to turn in our science. Because that would be a good 6,000 or so, plus maybe equipment or whatever. And they're very soft targets I'd get through really easily. But for the moment, I'm trying to get all these AI cores and everything back home so I can clear up my inventory. And how's Rual doing on food? You're golden. Yeah, so you notice there's like no prison here. Oh, good. Because we're allied with the United States, which isn't an intentional thing. We've just been bounty hunting, and they like when we bounty hunt. So we have become allies with them. They're just like, alright, we'll escort you through here, because, you know, you're buddies. Which is nice. Because then if I get into a fight with Holy Nation, I will run away and make it their problem. I mean, we will work together and deal with it. But it is just one of those things. The real problem is, I know there's some people who are wanted only with certain factions. Like, I believe the leader of the United Cities is wanted in the Holy Nation, and the Holy Nation leader is wanted in United Cities, if I remember correctly. I see those wolves over there. Why did you run past? Usually that only happens when you get attacked by something. There's a reason I paused for a second. I was like, wait, what is attacking us? Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the northern coast. Oh, yeah, that could be a them problem. I'm down for that. So we got Holy Nation over... No, that's Rebel Farmers. The Rebel Farmers are cannibal hunters. I can't quite make out. Rebel Farmers are hostile to us typically, but they also are so weak of enemies I don't have to worry about, and cannibal hunters are our friends. Alright, so we're almost back to town to drop everything off, and then, you know, we'll make sure everyone's stocked up here, you know, do any skeleton repair bed stuff we need to do, and to get ready to move on to our next target. We're getting to the point where we don't need that much more in the way of weapons. That looks like a full-on Holy Nation group. Yep. So we're just going to go right over this way, immediately exit stage right, because the Holy Nation military is actually fairly strong. They're like, of the random groups of roving people you run into, they're one of the stronger ones you can hit. The Paladins especially. They also have a highly likelihood of knocking off limbs. Oh, surgeons. Okay, that's fine. So we just don't really want to fight them yet as far as the dark target, because they don't have bounties. Their equipment is really heavy. Knocking off limbs, you say it's like they are loosely attached. When you're getting hit with a hacker, it feels like it. They very genuinely will sometimes just whack you in the arm and then you won't have an arm. Alright, well we got some random scavengers attacking us. So you've got like 14 well-armed people, and you're gonna roll in with some low-grade equipment. Actually, you've actually got some pretty good attack stats on you. And you weirdly have no attack but all defense, and then you're neutral. That's a really weird setup you've got there. Like one person is like pure attack and the other one's pure defense. Which, as you can see, that we just literally bowled over their defense guy in a single hit. Didn't really work out well for him. What is that? I can get a face mask that reduces my stealth? You have a cannibal helmet? What is your equipment, friend? Noble's trousers? Alright, well, I will say that weapons were stealing. Committing a crime, he attacked me. Get out of here, committing a crime. Oh, you actually have a bag. All right, who needs a bag? Here, congratulations. Where's the body we were just looting? There you are. What do you got in that bag there? Nothing. We'll just sell that bag. That bag's kind of garbage. It penalizes my combat way too much. I am a little annoyed that's like, you're committing a crime. It's like, dude, they tried to murder me. Check brute plank. I mean, I'll sell it. That's not worth my picking up. That's worth grabbing. Yeah, that'll be an improvement over this thing. Of course, short trading range. Alright. So we just snagged their stuff. It's fine. We can just drop this off at the sale point along the way. Goal assault. Oh, you had a crossbow and you're reloading it. It's not gonna work for you, friend. Cannibals? What? You're very confused if we think we're cannibals. We wiped out one of the cannibals. What is your masks? What are these clothes you have? Crab trousers. Massively penalizes a lot of stuff. And are almost worthless. Take your crossbow. Worth a little bit. Give me that. Give me your bolts. Give me your backpack. So plate jacket I'll take to sell, but I don't want to actually equip it. What? And you can keep the rest of the stuff. It's worthless to me. Didn't even do damage. Alright, so now let's work our way over. I wonder if on the Genesis mod if they gave scavengers their territory, because that's a lot of scavengers you've been running around into in this area. So it makes me curious if, like, where Darkfinger is normally cannibal land, if maybe one of these two zones they've got a scavenger town or something. Because they have moved a bit of people around to accommodate this world gen thing. Like gave factions that normally didn't really have territory of their own a little bit of territory. So that's nomads, they're chill. Alright, so we can go ahead and run to the fishing town over here. Sell some of these bags and all that. Actually, you know what? We can probably use those bags on the home team. No, let's not, because the home team does have to fight the cannibals. And so giving those bags that heavily penalize their movement speed and all that. You're taking my food? Okay. I mean... do you want to do this? I don't eat food, I don't have any. Oh. Surprised you're not attacking yet. Because, like, they stand 0... Oh, literally they just disengaged. Well, I'm going to talk to you anyways. We just want food. Here, I have some food for you and some dried meat. That's fine. I was curious if that was going to do anything. It might be a thing that if I do that, I can... Where are you going? Do you really think going into the water is going to be the way to get there faster? I wonder if we gained any reputation for them, because I think Starving Bandits list here. I mean, they generally just don't like us. Yeah, so you see, like, United Cities, we have a reputation of 69. Nice. And that just... Alright, we got a proper cannibal group attacking us. So let's go and retreat into position. And get ready for a fight. We should be able to handle this okay. And apparently, the Starving Bandits we just gave food to decide to turn on us, so it's a three-way fight. Of which the Starving Bandits are definitely the loser. But likely we'll be okay. And some of the good news is we should actually be able to collect a bunch of bandages if we really care. I actually don't think I do. Like, I've got the one cannibal up here's got some nice armor. I'll probably steal that to sell. But most of everyone else I'm seeing is kinda crap. Right, your inventory is full as well. Look at one who's got some inventory space he can work with. Nope, not you. What about you, Cookie? You got some space he can work with? Someone here has to have some space he can work with. There we go. Because that armor's actually worth something. Let's check with the Starving Bandits as well. I don't imagine they got... Oh, it's the one I gave the food to. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just going to take that back. We were chill, and then you attacked me. I'd have let you keep that food, too, but then you had to be a big punk about it. Honestly, you actually have pretty okay clothing and all that, too. Fine, we'll steal this as well. There wasn't many of them, so we're gonna just try and pick out the ones that potentially had some good stuff for us. Ooh. Assassin rags seemed like an improvement. That's martial arts. We might give that to one of our other characters. Hey, sad face, how's it going? Did we already loot you? We have not. The rest of your stuff is all junk. Okay. Let's group all our people up. We had the cannibals who had the unfortunate idea to pick a fight with us. And the reason I'm not bothering to go through and pick up all their medkits one by one like we did at the early part of the game is our home base literally produces meds to such a degree that I just cannot keep up with. So as well as things that they make better medkits than I can find in those things, so rather than taking up my inventory with a bunch of crap meds and then selling them for next to nothing, we can just get the better meds. Because to show you our home team, this is our main base we've got going on right now. They're just working away at producing stuff. The big thing I need to do on the home team is once we get the research going, is I need to... Why is Enoch standing around? Why is your inventory like this? And last, Lardine, why are all your inventories terrible? That should be steel production. No. Steel's here somewhere. It's full. Alright, so what it looks like I'm going to need to do is when our away team gets back, I think we're going to make a building that instead of just having the one robotics table, I'm going to make like 3 or 4 of them or whatever it is. And prioritize. Oh. I mean, I guess if you really want to die, Bone Dog, that's your prerogative, I guess. Okay, patch everyone up. Actually, we don't need to sell there. Let's go straight to town. I've got my sale tables and all that. Yeah, so I'll do a little bit of base work real fast while we get all the science resources put away. The only downside with having my away team is I don't have a bunch of work assignments for them at the base. It's just not worth my time to do it. So that's just the nearby town. That's not my settlement or whatever. Yeah, so I figure we'll build a dedicated building for just a bunch of robotic stuff. Which actually I should check the roof of that building I've got the robotic stuff in. Prioritize actually, let's see. Will you play Kenshi 2? Yeah, whenever they actually release it. Like I know they've basically said it's not close, right? I'm actually surprised with how long they've been working on it that we haven't seen more from it. But I mean, I don't feel like the Kenshi team is a fast-moving team, which is fine. Considering the scopes of the games they make, sure. Take your time. Do it right. I do look forward also to them, you know, using I think they're using Unreal Engine for the next one versus this is the Ogre engine. I do wonder with them using a more suited engine for what they want to do. how much a difference that's going to make for him. What was this thing again? Oh, it's for if I wanted to melt stuff down. Yeah, so home team, a lot of their production is kind of stalled at the moment, so we're gonna have to deal with that. Alright, so research bench I believe is in this building. You can keep your inventory just the way it is. Let's have you pop in here. Drop off your stuff. And then pop over here. I think that's where our sales are. Yeah, one thing we would do is I found from the other playthrough I've been doing off stream, there's actually a much larger sales counter you can make so far as the graphics, so it's not impossible to see. So drop that off. Go sales bench. We're gonna have a lot, science bench. We have a lot of research we can do. Because hitting the Thrall Masters got us some pretty good stuff. What do you think about the lore in Kenshi? It's been fun. Like, obviously, it's one of these ones that's going with, like, everything is awful, everything is terrible, what if it was awful, you know, what if it was even worse, like that kind of thing. There's, like, no happiness to be found or whatever. So, like, that doesn't have a whole lot to work with kind of deal. Which is fine. But it's not lore I'm particularly attached to in any way. It's just, it's a world where everything's awful, everyone's terrible, it's all morally gray, just morally bad. But that's just the nature of the world they've designed. Here, we can make that easier to move by doing that and then dragging you back. That'll give me enough space to put that down. Oh, you still have the helmet there. Okay. So let's check this building real fast before I forget. So I did put skeleton beds and all that up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new building. That'll be over here. And I'll also make a new building. Where do I want to put this one? We'll put it down here, facing south. So grab you. Your inventory sorted, go up there. Sentient Cookie has stuff to sell, so let's set them there. You got a bunch of science stuff to deal with. We'll drop that off. Because we're going to make a dedicated building over here for selling stuff. We'll make a dedicated building for robotics. You've got stuff to sell. What about Longclaw? Stuff to sell. JD. Stuff to sell. You're good. Go up here. Stuff to sell. You're good. Up there. Stuff to sell. You've got science. So you're good. They've got you, and you've got stuff to sell. Alright. In the meantime... I'm curious of clicking them all if they're smart enough to start swapping into different beds or they'll all just pile in. I know I've tested this before, but I don't remember. Okay. So hop in. Hop in. So you're good. Hop in. You're good. Hop in. So you're working on that, you're working on that. And now the real fun one of figuring stuff out is research. Because we have all of the research. We got like smithing and all that, so let's start with the industry stuff. This is still all automated stuff. That's definitely one of the places we want to be looking. Let's look through here until we find like what we want to make happen the most. Crafting. Hive leg armor cyber implant. I have no idea what that is. Core. Tech level 5. Work on that. We can worry about other things after that. You're good, and you're good. Get you two in there. Alright, so we need more rice wheat if we're going to grow the rice wheat for making alcohol and all that. We need more wheat straw if we're going to do that as well. How is our food? I haven't looked at this in a while. Maxed out, almost maxed out, getting close. Alright, so food is excellent. How is the dog doing? Do we have food for you? I mean, you seem to be fed still. Alright. And Agnew should be probably sorted by now. Yep, get you out of here. Get... Alright, so you're down there. You pop in. You're good, so you pop out, you pop in. And we're just patching everyone up while we're in town, because I need them to finish these 2 buildings. We'll put some sales points in them, all that kind of stuff. We've got the tech level 5 going. We never did name our faction or the outpost. For the outpost, we are on, this is Cannibal Territory, Dead Cat Plains. We're on the edge of it. So that's where we got our outpost. And then our faction, we've intended on being bounty hunters. We've managed to snag a couple of big bounties so far. We snagged one of the cannibal leaders we've captured. We've captured 2 of the thrall masters. We've got a bunch of just random littler bounties as well. We've been working our way up in combat ability because, like I said, this mod, they've given a lot of the things more damage than they have normally. Which has made it so I've had to be a little bit more cautious about approaching stuff, and we're going to have to get better armor and whatnot. Yeah, so Enoch is working on tech level 5. I'll keep that going. But yeah, so get the 2 buildings going. One of them will be a sales place, and one of them is going to be for just robotics at large. Because right now I've got the 1 robotics table in here trying to do everything. So I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have 1 robotics table that does one piece, 1 robotics table that does a different piece, and you get the idea. Because what should happen is over time they should be able to, you know, make whatever we need, that kind of thing. I don't think there's a bench where you could say robotic muscles here, robotic this here, and that kind of thing. But then I'll likely need 1 person for each of the robotics tables to work on, which should be fine. We got a lot of people standing around just by the food because they have nothing to do. Because processes have backed up as the robotics got locked up. Alright. And everything's at capacity except for the copper for the looks of it. And Conrad is mining the copper. That's fine. But the reason I want to get all the robotic stuff up and running smoothly is that's very genuinely where we get our repair kits from. And right now we've been buying them, which is totally reasonable. But it does mean I always have to run to random towns to pick up. And we go through a lot of them with all our fighting. So sometimes an individual town might only have 4 repair kits, which isn't enough for us to sustain ourselves. So then I gotta go to the next town to buy more. Whereas if we make it and I make it just stash away like 50 repair kits, then I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I always forget where this is. I think it's under here. Shop counter. So like I said, I did find that where we were using the other ones before, that this is an option. And it works pretty well. So we're going to make like a really big sales floor. That's what this building's job is. We sell things in this building. We are making Kenshi retail. And we are overdoing it as well because why not? Now, likely the way I'm building this will likely make pathing really unhappy. I also don't really care. And we're not unreasonable. We'll go ahead and add a couple of lights in here. Speaking of which, I never added the exterior lights. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna get into that whole thing, and we're just not gonna build the stuff we need. Alright, so I just queued up for them to build a lot of stuff in there. That is the early priority, is to get that, because that'll let us offload our sales stuff, and then as these two like little teeny tiny little basket things get rid of them, I'm gonna just delete them. Because having actual shop counters that are big enough to do stuff with will be way nicer to deal with. Alright, so we've got you. So it's time to go and get the next one, which is crafting. Scrap pile? Bone salvage? Okay. Industry, where are you? Was it tech? No. Here we go, it's under crafting. Robotics. Alright, so the plan is straightforward. That's one robotics table. It's 2 robotics tables. Put a third one here. And a fourth. And then we're going to go to our storage. And I think it's just robotics. I don't think we can do, like, muscles and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to go and take this the obnoxious way of what if. We just put an obnoxious amount of storage here. Alright. And what we'll eventually do is we'll get rid of that. But we're putting in lots into here. So let's grab, we have Enoch over here. So what I'm going to have Enoch do real fast is, I believe you are carrying a whole bunch of electronic pieces. So drop those in there. Drop those in there. I'm just trying to get Enoch to drop off as many of the... That's not the right one, it's that one. So you do that next priority. Alright, so that should have Enoch, when they're not researching, do all the other ones. So we're going to go ahead with you and take everything off the list here. And it was boom, boom, boom. There. The same deal. So both of them will try and prioritize making the kit overall. And if they can't make the kit, they'll make the component for the kit. If they can't make the component for the kit, then they'll make the next thing. Alright, meanwhile we got our away team over here. It was all of their junk in their inventory. And we now got all our displays getting built. So we can go ahead and get this stuff out of here. So you had the helmet. You're good. And everyone just getting patched up and repaired. And then we'll be ready to go on another campaign. Which point then we'll just need to decide where our target is. Alright. I feel like there should be an easy way to cue them up to say, like, hey, if you don't have other stuff going on, just go to the skeleton beds. But unless I give every one of them their own individual skeleton bed, I don't feel like that'll go smoothly. Okay, and everyone's getting patched up here. Right, and you're still building the upgraded research table. Alright, so away team is about ready to rock and roll. How's Rual's food situation? Rual's food situation is A+. Alright, so while we move to the next target, we can worry about the base research and all that. We could go and pop back over to Dead Cat, knock out another one of these villages, and wipe that out, and work our way through and make Dead Cat effectively a non-place to worry about. Because that would be good training for our lower level people, while our higher level people can probably just handle it. So let's go target that one on the far left again. So we'll save before they start moving. And we just need to keep an eye on them, that we can have them all covered. Who is our lowest athletics person? Sad Neil is looking pretty good candidate for that. Alright, so the plan here... Oh, wait, now if I turn on the... I was gonna turn on where, they all have, like, the guard as their option. But that'll have problems with itself. I'm clearing out where they were all going to practice in the dummies at this point. There's probably not much value in them doing that anyways. Alright. We can just work on this real fast. Because what I can do is we can take our slowest person. I remember doing this trick in the past. So Sad Neil is now effectively the leader of the group. So grab them aside. And everyone else, you are a bodyguard for Sad Neil. And the reason I'm doing that is we can have Sad Neil lead the pack, and if they do get attacked, instead of just not defending themselves and getting wrecked, what'll happen is these will all respond and only Sad Neil will keep running. Yeah, so you're still working on that, that's fine. Alright. So what do we want to name our faction and our outpost? Because that came up last time, and the last time we did name our away team to the Brawlers, because at the time they were mostly doing nothing but karate or whatever, martial arts. Marcos is getting left behind. Was Marcos actually the slowest one? No. Oh, but you have some encumbrance. Merchandise? So you're able to go 13 miles per hour versus Sad Neil. Able to go 15. Okay. New plan. All of you. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll remove it from everyone. That is the one big negative. I wish there was an easy way to manage that kind of stuff. It's fine. We'll just do this. We'll take the jobs off. We'll just have them walk as a team. Because, yeah, like... What needs to happen is we need to go remove where Sad Neil was the one we're escorting. Because Sad Neil was not the slowest one. Because it has to be everyone's guarding the slowest person for that to work. Otherwise, whoever actually is the slowest person gets left behind. I believe there are mods that make this better, but I don't have one of them. That you could stay in formation, or have an aggressive stance, or whatever. Because otherwise when they run, they'll just get beaten up on. Alright, so... You're the slowest one, so everyone follow you. Alright, so let's try this again without Marcos, please, getting left behind. Alright, you're finishing up the new research bench. That's good. We're almost finished with the shop floor. And we can also go over here to lighting, because we got areas over here that aren't very bright. I want to say if you actually go and spend the time, there are lights you can get later. They're like big floodlight kind of things. So instead of having like a billion torches here, you can have like a big light that covers like a pretty decent area. It says, evening rats, I'm late. Did you miss anything good? Not too much. We did get our science, or we did get our away team back to drop off all the science, so we're upgrading our science benches, and doing that research, but we haven't done any, like, meaningful bounties or anything like that. We're just getting ready to send the people out after the cannibals again. Alright, so now we can do our Tech 6 research. It's gonna eat our AI cores. So, the good news, bad news of that is we're unlocking one of the highest levels of tech right away. The bad news is I won't actually be able to take advantage of it, because the material we need to do stuff with that, we're using right away. So, the big question we had is we need a name for our settlement, our outpost up here, and we need a name for our faction as a whole. Our faction is intending... Yeah, so you see, this is exactly what happens. We got attacked by cannibals. So Macro didn't stop running, because everyone's set to bodyguard them. But all the others split off to protect them. So we did that way I don't have to babysit as much. Oh, Shrieking Band's jumping in as well? Alright, well, this is gonna be a messy fight. Because we got another three-way battle, only this time we actually have decent combatants in here. Yeah, no, I saw the settlement named Merchandise. Not really the one that's landing with me, but, like, it's not a bad name. As a bounty hunter type faction, you've had much success with the name Free Hugs. Let's not just let the cannibals walk away with people. Even if they're mean people who attack us. I still feel like, you know, making them into cannibal fodder is a net loss for us as a world. Alright. Let's keep moving this way. How is the research bench going? Oh, good. Oh, right. You're working on the Tech 6 research. That's going to take a while. That's fine. Yeah, so no one seemed to take too much damage in that fight, which is exactly what we're hoping for. We are getting strong. Free Hugs Bounty Hunters Incorporated LLC. Something like that. We can go ahead and put something in there, because I could change it later if we decide. If, like... Let's see. Free Hugs... Really boring mods that no one should bother getting. I'm teasing. Grinding machine. An old machine from Empire's past doesn't work. I'll still grab it. We can steal... We already know that one. It's not worth much, so we're just gonna not worry about it. Don't worry about any of that stuff either. That was all junk. To be fair, the cannibals are one of the weaker factions, so like rolling in and wiping them out, there's a reason why the rewards aren't nearly as good. Versus when we went after the Thrall Masters, that the rewards are pretty nice considering some of their people were like 70-70 in stats. I got caught stealing. Who is catching me steal? Fried human skin. Cannibals, why are you the way you are? The leather shirt has a little value. Okay. What's the goal of this playthrough? Mostly we're just going to be trying to claim a bunch of the big bounties. So we don't have a knock this empire out, knock that empire out, that kind of thing. We're just going to go rolling through, claim whatever bounties we can claim, kind of thing. Once we get a little bit stronger, I am going to start taking the strategy of actually getting the bounty paperwork and targeting a bounty to go after. But the cannibals, we are built in cannibal territory, so we're going to deal with that. That's actually got some value. Alright. At the moment, I'm just wiping her out other times. Let's see, this inventory reminds me of Neo Scavenger. You ever checked that game out? I have not. Hey. We can go ahead and rescue you. We're just gonna rescue the handful of cannibal hunters here. Because they are buds. There's not many of them left. Alright. Excuse you. You're gonna do what now? How's Kenshi? Bounty hunting yet? Yeah, we're wiping out this cannibal town. We claimed yesterday. We claimed some 2 pretty big bounties yesterday. We got the Thrall Masters knocked down. So at the moment, what we're doing is we just rolled into Cannibal Town, and we are doing the thing where we depopulate the town. It says there's 69 actual residents and 131 roaming cannibals, which when we rolled in, there was supposedly none. But that's okay. So we're just taking the time to knock him down again and again. The population will go down. Occasionally we'll have like a patrol roll through here that causes us trouble. That's fine. Okay, here they go. We got our first patrol of cannibals rolling in. We'll fight them out. But you're hungry? Well then, you could joke about, like, eating pizza or stuff like that. And again, no one got knocked down. Considering we've had, like, the last time we came through here, we were really, like, struggling to keep things over. That's how fast skills can go build up and all that. Alright, so stop being all buggy here. Get over here real fast. Hey, could you not knock me in the head, please? Alright. I wish there was a very easy way to spot who has bounties, because obviously we're just piling up the bodies. I don't think we have anyone here who has bounties. I know we'll end up, when we get to Dead Cat, there'll be, the cannibal leaders will be there, and those are some bounties we'll want to get. Alright. How's home team doing? Still researching. Yeah, so this is a big part of wiping out the cities when you go to do that. Like, to wipe out a city. You kind of just set up shop there. And then that way when they get up to fight you, you knock them down again and again, keep hurting them again and again. And eventually they stop getting back up. Yeah, so you're worth some decent money. I want your research. Like, there's solid money if you drag this with you, but the thing is, they're so heavy. So I think I'm just gonna leave it there and not worry about that. How long have you been playing this run? That is a good question that I actually don't really know the answer for. I don't think there's a place I can see. It's super easy. Yeah, I don't think they tell you super easy. We've been doing this for a good couple of streams. It's been going pretty well. So it's not like a brand new run or anything like that, but it's also not been one we've been playing for like months and months or something like that. Like, we've been playing for maybe a week where we've been playing this, you know, a couple hours a day, most days kind of thing. Alright. Is this game permadeath? No. The game is way too janky to do permadeath, really. Like, the game will straight up have you, like, fall through terrain and sometimes BS you and all that. As much as I love Kenshi, it is a very, very, very janky game. You gotta have a very significant tolerance for jank to be able to play Kenshi. Like, and if you were to play this, say you're playing, like, commitment mode or permadeath or whatever you want to go with, the way you would actually play the game would be pretty much minimum risk all the time, which would be no fun to watch. Like, it'd be fun to play, but, like, no fun to watch because it'd be chilling at home, training against, like, the absolute weakest enemies, and just kind of over-leveling to do everything, which means lots of grinding. What engine do you think this game is? Oh, it's on the Ogre engine. There's not even a think. It's literally the Ogre engine. That's not even, like, hidden information. They are very open about it. It's one of the things that ran into a lot of problems with is the Ogre engine is not particularly well suited for the style of game that they've got here. And that has been one of the things that's caused them a lot of grief. So they are working on a sequel that is not in the Ogre engine. They're using, I believe, Unreal. Like Space Station 13? It's the classic example of janky indie game that has a devoted fan base because it's one of a kind mechanics. Yeah, exactly. Like, to give you an idea, so if we look here, I've got this cannibal town I'm hanging at, that we're wiping it out. And then I've got this next town over. If I scroll as far as I can barely make out that village. The abandoned village. So you look, trying to get the angle. So you look at this, we can kind of make out, there's a pretty good trek between there. But if we just start scrolling out little by little, so again, that's the distance we used as our measurement. We keep scrolling out little by little. Oh, of course I won't be able to, yeah, so it's about where the L is on the P. That is how ridiculously large this map is. That distance is that little spot right there. The map is huge. And there's even stuff like way out here in the outskirts in the water areas too. But it's also a weird game that you can kind of play like you're totally different genres on how you play it. You can play this as like a settlement builder where you just kind of build a town, you mind your own business, and occasionally, you know, send out your people to trade with neighboring towns and all that. So sort of like a weird RimWorld-esque way of playing the game. You can do almost like tactical combat where you get some strategically built groups and go out and just have a fighting force with resource management. You can like do it like a conquest game and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's just so many different ways you can approach playing the game. Like, you can literally just live inside of one of the existing towns and be a blacksmith or whatever if that want. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to walk away without ever getting into combat or anything like that. The game has a pretty terrible world that awful things happen. So, wandering outside the safety of guards and all that, you're going to get in a fight. But that's okay. So a lot of these cannibals that we knocked out are going to start dying soon. But it can also be a very ruthless game that, like, a lot of enemies, when they knock you out, they'll just steal your things and walk away, so there's a good chance you'll survive the encounter. And then there's other ones who, like the cannibals here, when they knock you out, they will take you back home, and they will do what cannibals do to people, which is eat them. So they're one of the more, like, as units, they're very weak, but they're very dangerous, because if you do get knocked out, they will take you home for dinner. But there's also, like, there's the enemy that kind of looks like a dinosaur called a beak thing. And the beak things are notorious for, they hit hard, they move fast, and then they eat you if they knock you down. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is we're wiping out this town. So the cannibals are a dangerous enemy. My main base that I've been building is over here. So, like, where I talked about the base building, when we started, this is just kind of an open plain. We built a bunch of walls, we got a bunch of buildings and farms and all that. I've got a second group of people who's just doing this kind of stuff.
Because they're freaks and we hate them. We don't do cannibalism.
We don't do cannibalism. No cannibalism. Yeah, so I've got, like, my base back here that you've got power and research, and, you know, we've got farming and agriculture and industry, and you have, like, base defenses. So if we look over here on this wall that I've upgraded, I've got a bunch of, what's the word? Crossbows? Why is my brain not thinking that's right? It doesn't matter. We got a bunch of turrets that shoots arrows at people. Like, people have to man them and all that. But, you got some basic survival mechanics and all that going on. So yeah, so we're slowly building up this base. Then we've got a separate group running around here just trying to take out some of our nearer enemies. Is it the best way to kill a Leviathan or whatever they're called? Without being cheesy strats, bugs. Crossbows. You just get a whole lot of crossbows. And just have people, like, shoot and back off, shoot and back off, shoot and back off, and kite them. Which I wouldn't even really call that cheesy so much as they're very dangerous up close, so you want to do not the up close if you can help it. But the character that has my name has a nice smile on his portrait. Oh, I didn't even see which one that is. Where were you? Yeah, because he's a hiver. Means he's a bug person. But the game has, like, there's different races and all that. It's a post-apocalyptic world. Now, granted, the game world is, you could describe as lots of dirt. But there are actually places that have, like, lush forests and jungles and all that you can find. But they're not nearly as many as just sand and dirt. Alright, so we're down to 51 survivors left in this area. Because we are wiping this town out. This is kind of the way it works, is they'll play dead for a while, and then eventually they will need to either patch themselves up or whatever. And when they do, that person will attempt to attack us, and any others that are also playing dead will get up and try and aid. So we're just knocking them down one by one, again and again, until they stop getting back up. Because this isn't one of those games that you hit a person that just goes, they're dead. I mean, it can happen if you hit them hard enough, but usually you'll just knock them out. So like this one over here, that one's not actually dead, it's just pretending. There isn't like a right-click execute. You can get mods. It's actually one of the big things about this game is the modding scene is very strong. Alright. It's kind of like games like RimWorld where you can always have more mods. Isn't there an item you could take from them? You're thinking skeletons? Yeah, no, there's plenty of items you could take. I can take the bandages away from them, and normally I do that so they can't patch themselves up. But it's just one of those things that I don't want to sit there and, you know, loot every single one for their bandages, because we just got good enough stuff now. It'd be kind of like picking up pennies. I could do it, but I'm not, like, there's not a real reason to. Yeah, some of these ones are getting more and more injured. They don't go, because they only get one med kit. Once they use it, it's gone. Alright. So the only one whose inventory is pretty full is Rual's is fairly full of food, and then Macros Please, or yeah, Macros Please is doing their thing. Time to chill eating? Nice. Is it already 9? How does time go that fast? Okay. But that's fine. The only reason I'm saying that is around 9 o'clock, my wife gets home, and I usually take a quick, like, 5-ish minute break when she gets home. Just toss dinner in the oven, that kind of thing. It's the only really, like, break that I usually take during a stream. And I know it's a little bit towards the beginning, but I do stream for 9 hours a night, 6 nights a week. So taking a quick 5 minute to welcome my wife home and all that, not a big deal. Alright, so yeah, so a lot of them are starting to actually die versus just getting knocked out. Like, this one says recovery coma. At minus 48, I don't think you're getting back up, friend. I think that's a forever coma. So we're at 51 on the last one, still showing us 51. It'll update from time to time. It doesn't update instantly. All right. So we got another group rolled into town. That's fine. We'll just scatter around, knock them all down, do all that stuff. Hey, it's just how's it going? Alright. Hyped up, that's what. Nice. And Macro, please get back to the center of town so they draw everyone else over here. Keep knocking them back down. It could also be a thing that is a strategy if you want to wipe out town, to roll through, knock everyone down, go to the next town over, you know, hit them pretty hard, circle back to the first town, knock it back down, anyone who got up in the meantime, and just ping pong back and forth till, you know, till there's no one left. Alright. And we may do that, actually. Then our group getting home? No, it's just the ones who beat up getting back up. All right. Yeah, a lot of them in a recovery coma. You have a bunch that have died, some that are actively dying. It's fine. Let's see, do you have the mod to go over the pawn limit? Pawn limit? Yeah, so that's so we're running the Genesis mod, and that's just part of it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, sorry. My brain is doing stuff. Let's see, my table chair came a week early. You got it built and got your Steam Deck accessories. All I hope tomorrow is to get my Steam Deck. Nice. You running a mod? Yeah. Well, it's not that I don't run mods. Most of the time I run mods very lightly. Kenshi is an exception because Kenshi is a very janky game that has a lot of areas that feel unfinished and everything like that. So I like the mods that take some of the empty parts of the map and add stuff to them. And so definitely Kenshi is a game that I do mod, and we're running the Genesis mod, which is an overhaul mod. It's my first time running it. It's been pretty interesting. What is the pack again? It's called the Genesis mod. But this has been my first time running. It's been pretty good so far. I haven't felt like it's had, like, don't get me wrong, being able to recruit skeletons easily, even if they're expensive, is a bit overpowered. But, all things considered in Kenshi world, it's not that bad. There's way worse you can do. Okay, those are all just dead bodies trying to settle. Alright. What's your go-to way of gaining money? So early game, one of the ways, there's two big ways you can gain money in the early game. One is you could stay by guards in towns that get lots of fights and just pick up the scraps, as it were, to sell from whoever the guards beat up. Another way is to find a relatively safe town that's got like copper or iron right next to it or inside of the actual town. And you can mine that and sell that into town to buy your stuff. That's usually it's like the scavenging is one of the more popular strategies. You can just honestly go out, get beat up, lose, get beat up, and just like kind of level your characters and not worry about money that early on. Because you only need enough, like, you just need food is the big thing, and there's a couple places you can snag food. There's even people who deliberately will get their character enslaved, because when you do that, your character will automatically like mine and haul stuff back and forth, and your hunger doesn't go down while that's happening. So they'll literally just let the game run like that because they're relatively safe. Their character will get a bunch of laboring skill as well as a bunch of strength from hauling stuff and and athletics, and they'll do that till they built up a little ways, and then they'll escape and do the things they're gonna do in Kenshi. All right. So how are we going as far as wiping this town out? 48. Let's go check in the home front for a little while. What I am going to do, chat, is I'm going to guess that my wife is home by now. So I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to run down, welcome my wife home. We'll figure out like the dinner thing real fast, and then I'll be back up. So thank you again for tuning in, but I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and this is like the one break I usually take during the stream. After which point we'll be back. Usually the way the stream rolls is we start the stream, 9 o'clock I take like a 5-minute break, 11ish o'clock we do our game switch, and then we ride out to the end of night at 4 o'clock, and this is all Eastern Standard Time, so US East Coast. Alright, well I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Could you not bang on that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. I think it is actually only 2 or 3 zombies on the outside. The inside, that is sheer terror on the inside. Oh my god. Holy hell. Yeah, I completely retract my statement that, I was like, I don't think there's 30,000 zombies in there by the numbers I'm seeing. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Oh, wait. Hang on. No, stop it. Alright, let's be real careful with this. I'm not on my wheels. Nope, 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 nope. I didn't see there was a cross guard there, and I was able to drive like right over it. That's okay. We've done this before. Hey, Car, you wanna do me a solid, buddy? No, don't go anywhere. I need you. I don't actually need you, but I'm gonna... I can't see what I'm doing because of the light. That's... Like, I see that I'm stuck in the post, and I could probably move this around to get free from it, but I can't really make out what's happening here. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done, is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all... Yay! Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like,
and mine to toss alone.
side quest beach offensive. I need something to trigger that. That's not what I really had. Okay, I mean it worked. There's a shotgun trap on the door there. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. Yeah, not enough mana. Oh no, not this again. Okay. Acid is super dangerous. Ow. I should have learned my lesson. Yeah, this has happened before. We'll see if I can actually get the cheesy strat off again. Which is when he comes here, I'm going to kick this statue at him. It might be wedged, though. Got him. Screw you, Steve. Getting all mad at me, digging holes and stuff. Okay. Alright, so I'm back. Sorry, it took an extra minute. I had something in the mail, and... that was what we got. That is FG squared. That's the coffee cup I won in her channel. So she's got a meme on her channel that every day is her birthday. That pretty much. Oh, she put the print on both sides. I never thought to do that. But yeah. So it's just a meme on her channel that like everyone's like, it's your birthday, like happy birthday, and it's it's literally every single day they do that. So I'm going to let them just keep doing their thing over here and just check in on them for a while from time to time. The away team. Because they're just going to sit on that town until the town stops towning. But in the meantime, we're going to go check at things here. We're about to get our Tech 6 sorted out. Which is our next big milestone there. Lardine is making our repair kits. Which we've already got 7 made, so that's really good. I don't remember what's up here. Oh, hashish. That's why I don't have the things. Get wished happy birthday every day except their birthday. Yep. So the coffee cup is just it's her like avatar whatever. It's an otter. You can't see it too well just because of my lighting, but it's just an otter sitting with a birthday cake in front of it like a big happy birthday banner, and it's just pouting, going, "It's not my birthday." It's just a fun little channel meme. Every channel over time will get their own channel memes and rituals and whatever. So like one of the ones we have here is every time my wife Tomb shows up, there's an emote that is just like a little taps emote. People tend to spam that when she shows up. We also have like the meme how trees are the enemies here, because I mean they are. But trees are the enemy here, which is something that came primarily out of Project Zomboid, but has been reinforced by other games over time. That It's just a thing that, like in Project Zomboid, trees will get you killed a lot if you're not careful, so you avoid them like the plague. Or if when you go like cut them down, you circle around the area, be like, okay, there's no zombies, cut down the one tree, like circle around again, kind of thing. All right, so how you all doing? You're doing all right? Cannibal population is down a bit more. It'll start to drop down a lot faster as some of these ones that have been laying here for a while do ultimately succumb to their injuries. Yeah, like that one's minus 64 and deteriorating. It says they're in recovery coma, but I don't believe that. I don't imagine that guy's getting back up. Yeah, or the tear your Omega shirt. Was it? I don't think it was. It a tree that tore the Omega shirt? I thought that was a zombie actually hit us, because that was That was... We were running through the forest in the dark, but I'm pretty sure a zombie did scratch us on that one, and we just got lucky and didn't get infected. Because that was around like 70 or 80,000 kills that happened. And that character lived on to get to 135,000 kills. But it was definitely one of the high-stress parts of the run as we were down by the secret military base in Project Zomboid. Things went sideways. I believe, was there a helicopter happened? And so I was trying to drive out of the area, and because it was so late in the run, the trees had grown into the path, so I mistook what was the path, and ended up going and, like, cornering the vehicle, and so I had to, like, get out of the car in the middle of the night and just try and run through the trees while zombies are moving around everywhere. And because I couldn't see what the heck I was doing, I did get nailed by one of the zombies on a scratch. Someone had clothing torn by a tree? Oh yeah, that definitely happens then. You like the never trust a tree clip? Oh yeah. You'll beg for help in your moment of weakness and the tree will spit in your hand and slap it away. Yep. It's a meme. It's also been a thing that's been reinforced in our games like Satisfactory. We were playing it, and there's like 2 or 3 clips of me being like, and I see nature over there, and I don't like it, and just taking a chainsaw to it, and all that stuff, which is just, you know, the memeing continuing to go on. What are you supposed to do around here? So you do the tanning, so you... Ah, right, so that's been automated now, so you don't need to assist with it. Alright, so let's have you... Right, because we're not really making the medkits anymore because our supply was just getting overwhelmed. And I haven't found an easy way to be like, yo, empty this out and instead put it in the sales place for selling. Let's go over to our sales building, drop off all those claws, and get She-Wolf working on something here. Just gonna sell the fabric and not worry about it. So yeah, so we're still at full capacity with the electric circuits. You know what? You can get in on this as well. So boom. There. So She-Wolf is now working Team Robotics. What are... I don't... What are you doing? Oh, Kenshi pathing. You are so cursed. Ah, you're running out of copper. So if you've got nothing else going on... Work on our copper nodes. Same with you, Bentley. If you got nothing else working on, you help out with the copper nodes. I wish you could see on the list what they're trying to do. I genuinely don't understand what you're doing right now, Lardine. We'll just go with that. We'll figure it out. It's fine. I'm mostly just watching for people who are standing around not doing anything, because that tells me I should cue them up. Let's see, if you can see if you expand on the left. Expand to the left. Expand. Oh, I forgot you can expand just this over here. Yeah, no, it says operating machine, but the problem is it won't tell you what machine that they're operating. So it's like operating machine. I'm like, all right, but what are you doing? Like of my dozens of machines here, which are you working on right now? Okay. Yeah, so we got them working on the repair kits. Oh, you finished the research. Alright, so away team is still holding in fine. Cool. Alright, so we got tech level 6 researched. There does not appear to be a tech level 7. So ancient book science. I haven't requirements data analysis. So I never did figure out what that had to do with, like, because they talk about the ability to make books, and I never did find that. So it's not under tech here. It's not under tech training. I don't say a crafting resources that implies that. The industry doesn't apply any of that. Crafting. Nothing here to apply that. Cooking, nope. Camping, nope. That's definitely not it up there. Town defense and all that's definitely not it. And misc. So I don't get that. I was expecting it to kind of be the research bench, but then it doesn't have anything there. That's fine. I don't actually care that much.
Husband,
Thank you, wifey.
you're welcome. Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love.
Love. Alright, so I got my noms. Okay. So we're not gonna worry about building just the training stuff. Training happens on its own. We could go the route of starting to build up our productive stuff to make all that go faster, because you can make it fully automated, which then frees up your people for other things. The electricity, I'm not super worried about. I honestly rarely only have to worry about that. Crafting, we have options here. We're going to start getting into cybernetics. Oh, I need to upgrade the bench. That's right. 5 iron plates. Okay. So let them work on that for a minute. How are you doing back here, away team? How dead is this town? Down to 42. And you're about to have a bad time. Yeah, so you're critical. I'm looking for ones that says playing dead. So you have limb trauma. But otherwise you're actually probably okay for now. Excuse me. There's not gonna be a sneaky heal here. Alright, so we've pretty much wiped out half the town now. But my hope is that we fully wipe out the towns, it'll really cut back on the number of raids we have roll in and all that sort of stuff. Why are just you being attacked independently? Excuse you. We got like a couple stragglers running in here and there. Yeah, let's make sure we get everyone back in position afterwards. Like, this your settlement, or are you taking over town? So this is the cannibal town here. We're actually wiping it out because cannibals are awful. And the way you do that in practice is you go in, you beat everyone up, and then you just kind of camp out so anyone who survives your first attack, you know, as they go to get up to fight. Wait a second. Are you one of the leaders? No, you're just trying to kidnap. You're just a tough guy. Is that weapon worth something? No, not really. Yeah, so armor's actually worth a pretty penny. Alright, so meanwhile, we want to get everyone back into town. Because as you can see, now that we've left town, they're already trying to make their move to patch people up. Which we just won't permit. Alright, how are we doing back here? Should be still working on building that bench, which is fine. Because once we get the research bench up, we will be able to potentially research higher tech. Like, that's what I'm trying to do, is just beeline to have all technology available, and then we can just unlock what we want. And some of the, like, always the safe bets is just make materials faster. Because then where I have, like, horse running around doing all that, we can eventually put our own iron mines up here somewhere. That run becomes completely unnecessary. Are there any prisoners to free? Or they've all been eaten already? The only prisoners they had were the Screaming Bandits, or Screeching Bandits or whatever, which will attack me. So I've just left them in there to not make it. But there wasn't many. There was like 2 or 3. Most of them were already dying anyways. Happens. Which I assume it'll be the robotics table. You hyped for a Shadow or Erd Tree? I don't know what we're talking about in those ones. Which I remember. Yeah, that's Genesis mod. There's Genesis mod is effectively a bunch of the wrong direction. Yep. Let me believe you're immortal so you can be immortal, like become immortal. If only it worked that way. If only it was true that you could just like believe that you'd like never die and it would just, you know, fix it, or you believed you weren't sick and therefore you were better. No, it's like, don't get me wrong, for like some stuff, there's certainly the placebo effect does actually have some merit, but you know, for actual serious injury, like serious health problems, you know, get actual treatment. We're all immortal until proven wrong. I mean, of course. So, do we have a higher level of cybernetics? Hive had cyber implant? What? What are all these cyber implant things going on here? We can get economy limbs if we get the Hiver notebooks. Okay. Curious. Yeah, backpack production is definitely one that's a strong candidate. As is just getting the generic make more materials faster. Yeah, backpack production is probably what we're gonna go with. I think that is backpack production. And then we'll just straight up improve industry. So we'll say steel bars 3, improve stone, improve plates, steel refinery upgrade, iron plates 4, wells 3. I don't care about the rain collector. So we still got our like really expensive engineering patterns. Smithing. It's regular books, so I'll go ahead and queue it up because why not? Plate armor. Okay. So we would be able to make plate armor, which is very high defense, but will slow us down a lot. What happened here while I was gone? We got cannibals actually killing people in the prison cells and all that? A lot of the bodies disappeared. 21, so I got a bunch of... When on YouTube you have found anime mods videos for Kenshi? So it's not like the whole thing looks anime so much as like three-dimensional anime kind of thing. So like they'll give them anime hairstyles and stuff like that, to be clear. So it doesn't like cel shaded or anything. Tried to live in the Czech Mountains, had such terrible waters. Is it only for farming? Farming and cooking are what you primarily use water for. Most recipes in the game do require water. There are exceptions that don't, but most of them do. Alright, so back to what I was doing here. So we could go plate armor as one of our engineering patterns, which, you know, the plate armor is high defense, but usually poor mobility. Basic exterior lighting. That'll get rid of our regular books for now. Heavy building foundations, don't care about that much. I'm honestly tempted just to snag the, with one of the engineering patterns, just snag the plate armor. I mean, it would still even be useful for our attacking people. Because we've learned that there's some pretty significant limitations on defense. Is it modded armor? Or keeps the slower fighting, less deck stuff? This is just like regular armor. So it's a heart protector, armored rags skirt, and then the supporting things. And then we'll probably get like plate armor too. That'll be, you know, a little bit more. We can also wait to see. Oh, some of these are just regular books. Yeah, so I need an AI core for that. I need ancient books for that. We got regular books for that one. The stone refinery upgrade literally just needs books. That's fine. So go ahead and do that. It needs iron plates. Alright. So industry. Oh, copper alloy bench. We can make that. Put that down there. Resource industrial. So we don't have the next thing yet. Because that's something that's been overdue. Oh, we also need to have storage for it. So storage, we want the copper alloy. And sometimes you'll have it where it won't accept it. Just hit the button again. Okay, so we can go ahead and we can get the copper alloy going. We needed that for something. I don't remember what. Oh, we needed that if we wanted to do the hashish. If you wanted to start, you know, doing commerce and things that are not necessarily the most legal. Let's see. Oh, Rual, if someone has got their hand. Well, if someone has to get their wrist put back together, would they be substantially greater to get carpal tunnel? I don't. Like, when you're saying put their hand back together, like they've had like a serious injury, because I think it'd imagine like it depend on the injury. I can't imagine it'd be good for your carpal tunnel. But that is, like, it depends so much on the individual injury that wouldn't be something that could even make any kind of informed decision about, or informed information about what, sorry. Yeah, serious injury, yeah, it'd depend on whatever their injury was. More like the injury would be the bigger concern. We're the one that's moving out. There you are. Yeah, both hands suffer carpal tunnel. Yeah, no, Drago's talking about, like, if, for example, you got your hand crushed in something and they had to do major surgery to fix it, that kind of thing. It's like, would you have a higher risk? I'm like, I mean, it would depend. There could be ways that immobilize your hand that your risk could be almost nothing, but also not a good thing. Alright, so we can go ahead and upgrade that again. Apparently upgrade that. Okay, so we need someone in their free time to work on this. So I need to find someone who has extra time in their hands. You're operating a machinery. You're all working on that over there. You're all working on those. I'm looking for someone who's just standing around for a minute. Congratulations. You had a gap in your schedule, and now you're gonna do something with it. Why are you not working? There you go. Ah, we're getting to the point where we're running out of water. I understand now. They're pushing the limits on our water at the moment. Okay. Yeah, no, carpal tunnel is... It's a tendon-related issue. But yeah, so what ends up happening is when you look at your wrist, there's a narrow, like, gap in your bones in your wrist here called the carpal tunnel. But what the actual problem is you've got this set of tendons that goes, like, right through the carpal tunnel. And when you talk about carpal tunnel syndromes, it's injuries to those tendons. That what ends up happening is it's a very narrow passage. So when you do stuff where you move your hands in ways that aren't good for your hand and it gets inflamed so it swells, it fills up that gap in your carpal tunnel, at which point then it starts, like, seesawing along the lines and, like, along the edges and then seriously injuring. It's not the tendons themselves, it's like a sheath that kind of goes around them. And it is just really, it can be very debilitating to have carpal tunnel. And then usually a lot of the ways they fix it involve, like, because again, there's that sheath. Usually what they'll do is they'll go in and they'll cut, like, the end of the sheath off where you start sawing through it to kind of give you a new edge that's not going to get hurt as bad. But because they've effectively reduced the slack on all those tendons, you get a significant reduction in strength in your hand. You still do have pain, it's just nowhere near as bad as when you're dealing with it. And there's a couple of different things they'll do depending on the case, but that's the most common surgery, is that they take that sheath and they cut it back from where it's damaged to where it's not damaged, to give you your chance. But if you don't stop whatever the behavior that caused your carpal tunnel to begin with, the carpal tunnel syndrome, it just means you'll end up damaging it again and be right back to square one. But again, because, hey, the town's dead. Alright, we have succeeded in what was obviously ethical. I'm obviously not speaking... Okay, so we need Rual to run back to town, so we're going to do a quick pit stop to restock up on food. But yeah, so that means Otto is wiped out entirely, and the cannibal village here is wiped out entirely. Oh, right, everyone doesn't need to be there. We can just go here like this. And then Marco will be the one to lead us out of here. But yeah, we'll restock up on food. Everyone is otherwise in pretty good shape. We'll just check our supplies and all that, and we'll go out and knock out the next town. Because the thing that you don't move your wrist on your computer as your entire day computing, you move your entire arm instead. Yeah, that can lead to the tennis elbow, which is kind of the same idea. It's repetitive stress injury, but it's where your tendons go along here. But it's a very different injury. It's a lot easier to treat. Because, you know, there's not that narrow canal that causes a problem and all that stuff. Usually what they'll do is if you get bad tennis elbow, they'll immobilize your arm and then give you steroids. Alright, we can upgrade that. And upgrade that. Yeah, I was learning, I was leaning on my elbow, and didn't have something under it for a few weeks, ended up with that. Yeah, like that one's less serious than carpal tunnel. Because like there's a lot better chances of being able to do something about it. We're just upgrading all of our industry. That's what we're doing right now. We gotta keep an eye that I don't over pull on the plates. Alright. You have a body fat muscle to cushion? Then normally you have a pillow under it? Oh yeah, that's kind of one of those things that why the elbow, like, because your elbow, there's like nothing, you usually don't, like, even if you're a person who's got like a lot of weight, a lot of padding, you know, there's nothing that goes on your elbow. It's kind of the same thing as your knee. Like, your kneecap itself doesn't usually have much of anything padding in front of it. Not a real substance. Alright. We're getting all this built, and they'll be good there. It took 10 weeks to recover. You still have to be careful not to redamage it. Yep. Turns out bone plus nerve plus wood floor is not a great combo for the nerve. I'd believe that. Any solid surface, that's probably true. How are we doing on our iron plates? Still good. So you're gonna upgrade that a second time. We're just cashing in a massive industry upgrades. What'll eventually happen is this will become fully automated. And when those become fully automated, then I don't have to worry about them at all. Okay, so Rual is already back here. Let's go here. The other thing that's rough is nerves. They do, like, you'll have people give you bad information, be like, oh, when you get nerve damage, it never heals. That's not true. Is it painfully slowly healing? Yes. Yes, it is. It is extraordinarily slow to heal. But it does heal. Alright, so how's everyone doing on repair kits? So you're good, you're good, you're really good, you're good, you're good, you're good. You need more repair kits. So I believe one of these boxes in here had a couple. Congratulations, you got way more than you need. You're good, you're fine. Oh yeah, you got a bunch of stuff we need to sell, right? Oh right, everyone follows Marco. So I'm sitting here going, it's like, why is everyone moving? It's like, oh right, everyone has escort on Marco because Marco's the slowest of the group, so they set the pace, as it were. I actually had some spare food there. Meanwhile, you're good. You're not good, so you're gonna go and resupply. I think it was that box. But that's why I've got so many people working on repairing for the time being. Or robotics for the time being. Is because then they could just make us a bunch of kits. You're fine. And if you're wondering what my cutoff is, I'm trying to have at least 2 kits on every person. Like, extra is fine, but at least 2. I'm pretty sure I had a couple in here as well. Let's see, you avoid kneeling. You're not allowed to kneel on your knee that was replaced. That's a big time no-no. You're lucky enough that mine enough like for yours to heal yet. A surgeon said it has been 5 years and it hasn't come back. Gotcha. There's one here. Yeah, for me with that kind of stuff is I've talked about it before that when is like towards the very end of high school, I just woke up one day and my face felt a little bit funny. I was like, what, what's going on? Like, didn't think anything. I was like, yeah, my face is just like a little puffy for some reason. Like, what? I don't know what this is about. And what happened is I had woke up in what's known as Bell's palsy, which is paralysis of the face. And for those who don't know how it works, your face is kind of a weird situation where your nerves so far as motor function come from around the back of your skull. There's like a gap there, and it comes around, wraps to the front of your face. Whereas separately, the nerves that have feeling for your face come through in a entirely different channel. So it's kind of one of those weird things that I could feel everything perfectly fine. Like that was all A-okay. But I had lost motor function in half my face. And it's actually a pretty common thing. It's like 1 out of every, I think it was like 10,000 people, which sounds like that's a pretty low number. But in the big world of things, that's like nothing. Like that's like literally that is a extremely common thing. And that's over your lifetime. But it's one of those things that a lot of times you just wake up with it one day, that you either got sick or you banged your head or whatever, and just half your face is not moving. And usually what they'll do is the doctor will give you a once over to make sure it's like not something obvious as an ongoing concern. For example, like a lot of people are saying, I'd be scared I'd have a stroke, which that is symptoms you get with a stroke. Usually with a stroke, it's not full paralysis, but still, that is a stroke-like symptom. So you'd go and the doctor would be like, okay, it's not a stroke. Okay, I'm not seeing some like obvious like, bone growth on the back of your skull that's like tearing up your nerve, or like whatever. Like they're looking for the obvious, okay, this is a problem we need to, medically intervene with now. And so instead, they're just like, okay, you banged your head or something. Like half the time they don't know what did it. They're just like, all right, so come back. I can't remember. It's something like come back in like 3 months or 5 months, if it doesn't get better. And obviously come back right away if it gets worse. It's pretty much what they gave me. It's like, you gave me a steroid or anything? It's like, no. It's like, it'll just do its thing. It's nerves. It'll take forever. So I spent a good chunk of my senior year in high school with half my face paralyzed. Which you mostly could only notice it in, like, around the eye, and then, like, my face looked like a little puffy, but it was around, like, the corner of my mouth and everything, and then, like, the corner of my eye, because it wouldn't move and all that. So what I had to do is I had to take, like, a wet cloth and just, like, do, like, an eye press throughout the day for months. Did it affect your speech? Not too bad on my speech. Like, you didn't notice it that much. Eating was rough. I said it was just suddenly one day. Yeah, no, literally I woke up and I was like, man, my face feels weird. And it was like, oh, okay, my face is being weird. And then, after like an hour or two, it is still doing it, like, oh, something is wrong. Because I thought I like laid on my face funny or whatever, and like it just, my face is just swollen from it or whatever. But then when, it didn't improve shortly after wake up, I was like, And then the worst thing is, for anyone who's ever been through the repair of nerve damage, because that's what that is it's the nerves that wrap from the back of your skull to the front to do your motor function. As those connections get fixed, you twitch. You twitch and you spasm. That's what happens. So when it finally got to the point of fixing, it was just sitting in school and just corner of the mouth just twitching around, like the corner of the eye twitching around is like, oh my god, like, I don't even care what other people think about this. This is infuriating for me to deal with. Like, having my eye just constantly, like, just twitching. It's like, stop it, eye. I know this is the sign that this is getting better, so I want you to actually do it. But also, I really want you to stop twitching and spasming all the time. Yeah, no, you can get the pins and needles. I didn't get that, because, like I said, the weird thing about your face is, for a lot of your places, that nerves that handle your movement and your feeling kind of take the same paths, or they're not the same nerves, but they kind of go together. Whereas for your face, they're like two like entirely different routes they take. Like, and I don't remember, like, I remember the motor functions from the back of the skull, but I don't remember the feeling ones go through. So it is one of those things that you don't have the pins and needles you get with a lot of other places, because the feeling nerves are fine the whole time. But, which is one of the things that's annoying, is people, like, poke you in your face, like, hey, stop it. Like, no, I can still feel that, man. My face is okay as far as that goes. It just doesn't move right now. The only really fun thing I did with that is I played poker with one of my friends, well, with my friends one time, and it was a joke that, I think it was the right side of my face was the side that was paralyzed. So the joke was I was taking everything from the person to my right and giving it to the person on my left. Because I had like a big grin on one side of my face, and you know, you can't get much more poker face than the face is not capable of motion. So you had that in your left leg. You have to drop from my spinal damage. And let's see, you have to have tape stuck to the bottom of your feet all day long. It's the most annoying thing for you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, they didn't really have. Like, there wasn't physical therapy to be done with it, because, like, you're just waiting for the nerve damage to repair yourself. There's, like, there's no muscle damage, there's nothing like that, so there wasn't anything to physically repair. The muscles were fine. Like, the muscles themselves were functioning, there was just nobody was home to tell them what to do. Alright, let's check our dialogue. Yeah, so we got the Wells 3. The hat and headgear I'm not worried about. Alright, so they're upgrading all this stuff. How are we doing on our copper plates? We're hitting those pretty hard? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so Rual should have a decent amount of food on them. Here, let's actually go and top off again. But yeah, I know it was... Like, don't get me wrong, I was really upset at the time when the doctor's like, oh yeah, come back in like 5-6 months if it doesn't get better, whatever the time was, I don't remember. I was like 18, 19 years old, so memory about the details are pretty fuzzy at this point. But like I was living, it's like, what, just come back if it doesn't get better, or if it gets worse? Like, you're gonna do like literally nothing? Which, don't get me wrong, like, me as an adult, I realize, okay, how much could I stack this? You've got 20 kilograms of that stuff. Just, all right, I guess, I mean, we're good on food now. All right. I was expecting to only be able to stack them 4 high, so when I could put 20 in a stack in the backpack. All right, so we're good in food for a while. So let's do a quick save, and let's get back out to our next target in the Cannibal Lands. Yeah, so that's just part of the that's just part of the Genesis mod, the quiver thing. I was mostly looking for the backpacks that don't give you the mobility penalty. Of which I know in the base game, where are you going? That is not the way, friends. But I know in the base game vanilla, they had like the ninja backpacks, the black backpacks. And that was always what I normally got, because I mostly like those because there's not a movement or a dodge penalty. Which is the big thing. Now they have like less carry weight, but for any paw or any character that was going to fight, you wanted that. You know what? I'm gonna go right for Dead Cat. We're not gonna go around. We're gonna go aim at Dead Cat itself. We're going for the Cannibal Capital because we can get some bounties there. Yeah, I've not been able to find the ninja backpacks at all in this run either. I'm wondering if they're either not here, or it is possible that they've changed the loot tables so that they might only be available in the in like the ninja places. Or like certain ninja places or something like that. I can't imagine they would straight up delete them. Alright, so the iron thing is upgraded. Our ore is upgraded. They're working on the well now. Have you been to the Shek Ninja shop? That's where you gotten all yours? I have not. We actually haven't really done much in Czech territory at all. Like, we stepped our toe in there at one point, but we didn't hang around. Not for any specific reason. Was it Squin? Maybe? Agnew? Buddy? Agnew? Buddy? Here. Macro, you hang here till Agnew figures out what they're doing. There you go. Yeah, I know Squin is what town. It's like, I want to say it was a tower in one of the towns, was the ninja one. It's also, there's a place you can fence and sell illegal goods. I know that was another big one. The swamp ninjas might also have stuff. I haven't explored that. Admag? I don't even remember where that is. Yeah, that would make sense for him to be there. Because I do remember if you are going to smuggle, you've got special places to go, and then if you want to defend stolen goods, there was places to go where you'd have no risk and whatnot. Alright, so that well is upgraded, so upgrade our other well. And no new research since we've done all that. I'm not gonna do, well, yes we will. I was like, I'm not gonna, so I always am like extremely cautious on using my engineering patterns because these are really rare. So you don't want to waste them. I will actually get the plate armor. We'll go that route. And then there was under core. I don't really care about the heavy foundations. Like, we might get that eventually, just as I go, but let's get the plate armor. And then what we can do is we can have someone start making plate armor to level our armor crafting, and we can sell the plate armor to make extra money and all that kind of stuff. And that'll be a way of making some revenue from the home base. Plus, as we level it up, that means I can start making, like, master... Eventually get to the point where we'll get some master work, plate armor occasionally, to work our people into once they're strong enough to take advantage of it. So this is a potentially pretty dangerous target. What are we fighting? A couple of bone dogs. Alright, the big one is that Rual doesn't get hurt very much. And the only reason I say that is Rual heals much slower than the others.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so there's the entrance into the main city for the cannibals. There are a handful of cannibals. There'll be like, I think it's like 4 or 5 leaders in here that have a very high bounty on them. I think it's like 40, 50, 60,000 each. And they are not insignificant enemies. We also have to be careful because, unlike the other town which had 80, this place has usually around 200 cannibals in it. So if we pull the whole town, it doesn't matter, like, we could be this strong. We'll run to the problem where the time it takes my character to block, too many things will hit them. So they could just be straight up overwhelmed. That said, I'm not going to do the thing we've been doing where Rual leads in. We are going to try and get close enough that some of them come out to us. And the big thing I'm going to try and keep going is that our people don't just run into there. as long as we stay in the outskirts where they come to us, not all of them should come at one time. But if I just have one of my characters run right down to the back to get the one that's up here or whatever, then, you know, everything they run by will get involved. Oh, it's a cannibal hunter that they killed. I was about to be like, I'm not seeing very many cannibals, and I'm seeing a dead body. Because we did fight here before, so we got some cannibals up along the cliff here. I think those are ones that we pulled out the first time we made a move on this place. Many, many, many moons ago. So we're not seeing the main force here. Yeah, we do have a decent number running around. So this I don't remember. This feels like this is new. So I'm assuming they put their leaders up there. Alright, we'll just directly engage them. And now I'm going to go take the time to snag some of their medical. Especially against the tougher of the enemies. To try and limit how long we gotta camp out for all of them to die. It's a regular cannibal. Okay. Well, so far we're not seeing too much problems. Got it. Town has 200 tacos. Exactly. I do intend to actually make that, that thing with the bot work where people try and talk about cannibalism. It just replaces the words with tacos. I haven't had time to sit down and fix the issue that, it would correctly detect that someone had said it, but it would incorrectly detect to replace the word sometimes because it uses different syntax between the two. And we got a big one here. Just a spiky cannibal. Big one there. We need not be pushing in much farther. Don't go around that way, please. Stick to the side we're on. Got one over here. We're watching for any of the leaders that pop in. Got another spiky cannibal. Alright. So we're getting way too many of the big guys rolling in here. And they are slowly just like feeding into us more and more, which is good and bad depending on if we get too many. Yeah, you got another one that's probably gonna join here, another cannibal. So Marco did get knocked down, as did Longclaw and Draconic Dork. So we are getting a couple are getting knocked down just by the sheer numbers of you know, so like they got a lot of. Please stop running in there. We got a lot of the tougher ones popping in here. Why are you crawling? Because they messed your leg up, that's fair. With that many tacos? It depends on the tacos. They would, I mean, that might have any food, you're just going to have problems because of volume of food. Your body can't store that much food safely. Alright, so start patching everyone up. We made our first incursion into the base. We did knock down a lot of them. I don't think many actually died. No, it looks like already at least 10, 20 of them have died. But we did go through probably 30 or so of them. If not more. It's kind of hard to judge when they're that spread out. So please get out from the other side of that wall where you're having problems pathing. Alright, so let them just chill there and patch themselves up. Once everyone's good to go, we'll start moving that. Let's see, what multiple combat settings are? 2 targets per person? I'm on default with that. I didn't think you could have, like, the 2 targets per person. I thought usually what happened is the enemies will naturally try and do one-on-one with each of the combat, and then when you have extras, they'll just pile on where they can pile on. Like, they won't necessarily wait their turn. It's kind of just how much space they can get around a target. But we haven't increased the size of groups or decreased it or anything like that. That's an uncounted amount of time seeing cannibal cuisine. Non-cannibals started to come up with their own unique names for each one. No, we're good. I don't need to eat your cannibal food. I'm being caught stealing by someone. Holy armor that's just sitting in a box here. There we go. You're gonna knock him down again. Let's see. Cranking up makes it more difficult if you're being swarmed, but also makes it easier to take down bosses. Yeah, that's one of the things I actually enjoy, is instead of the game having the make it easier, make it harder, you can adjust a lot of different settings just to change the experience. It doesn't really make it easier or harder. For example, they have where you can increase and decrease the damage. It's not increase or decrease the damage done to you or done to enemies. It's just as the whole game. So, yes, the chance of taking a fatal hit go down, which is arguably an easier thing, but also means you're less likely to land a fatal hit on an enemy as well. No damage, tons of NPCs, extremely hard. Oh yeah, where you just have like this ball of enemies around you at all times. You just have like the person standing in the middle just with the swarm. So I assume that's their capital. Like, that's where the leaders are going to be. They've got a small shack. Oh, they actually have people, like, watching the gate. It's just the back was just wide open. So the question is, do we push through town and take the time to, like, wipe out all of this back here first and then go for the keep? Or do we just go for the keep and then worry about cleanup later? The pro and the con with this, if I go for the keep and I collect the bounties right from the get-go, I've got to fight while holding them so they can't run away. But the downside is, if I try and just mop up like this, it is going to take a while before we do properly wipe things out. Alright. There's just so much blood laying on the ground. Meanwhile, while that's all going on, we're gonna have Rual take a quick peek into these other buildings. See if we can't snag any goodies. Well, that's disappointing. There's literally nothing in that one. Oh, wait a second. That is tricky there. You got 3 decently strong people there, maybe 4. Alright. We can handle that, it's just... Rual running in there by himself may actually have gotten knocked by just taking a bunch of hits all at once because I would walk into a place without knowing what I'm dealing with. There's nothing really in that one. Alright, so we're gonna wander around and start clearing up the neighborhood. Nothing in that house. Let's play. I'm just gonna move a little bit up, aggro a couple, take care of them. And he'll just start kind of doing laps back and forth in this place, fighting what we find. Okay, that's a pretty big number rolling in. A lot of higher end people too. Yeah, so like those are all higher end. So we got a lot of those higher end cannibals. Like here's another higher end one, the spiky cannibal. You know, we got some rubbish ones in here too, but that many higher end units can wear us down over time. And Dragos is down. Oh yeah, that's a bad place. That many of the tougher ones kind of got you bunched in. Like, Rual just got knocked down, took a head hit. Rongar, can you break away to get Rual, please? I don't even know where you are. Just more and more dangerous enemies. You say hi today? Hey, Infinite Simplex, how's it going? There you go. Rual's back up. Stop it. Because my fears are going to take me right into... That is a perfectly fine one. You just defend yourself. Because my fears are going to take Rual directly inside the main building. Patching each other up. Meanwhile, the rest of them are still fighting. They keep picking up and putting down Rual for some reason. No, stop, stop. Yeah, there's just so many of the ones that have the tough stuff. Yeah, so we'll probably end up having to, like... Yeah, we're gonna have to reload, because Rual's being murdered. We'll reload the quick save. So we're definitely going to push the town. But where we just started, like, moving up and then we got all of those guys on us, we're not going to be able to move that aggressively. We got to, like, you know, set up shop, wear out an area. As they patrol in, you know, knock them out. Because that's what happened is they pushed in, we got a bunch on us, like, all right, that looks sketch. And then we got a separate group that came by. When did we get $102,000? What? I mean, basically our store back home must be doing really well. But yeah, that's the whole thing. So take a moment to load. Sell the code, but better. Thank you. How are you all? What's going on? So I'm doing good. As far as what's going on, we have pushed into the cannibal capital, and we're dealing with that, which is going mostly well. But I did try and push into the back part of it and just got overwhelmed. So I just need to kind of like slowly work into the area, let them slowly feed in. We got cannibals coming from everywhere at the moment. That's not my favorite. Because we got another like all these black armored cannibals that are the ones that are actually pretty dangerous. I shouldn't say they're that dangerous. Individually, they're not a problem, but just the volume. Because it's high volume, but also decent strength units. Alright, Ronger, I don't really want you going any farther that way. You are just picking up a lot. Stop going in. Alright, Ronger, break away, drop back here. I just don't want you running into that part of the town where you're going to pick up way more. Like, let's work through what we got now. Okay. Yes, because we're getting stragglers popping in here from time to time. That's fine. Like, I'm down this to make this, like, the kill zone, where anyone who strolls in here doesn't leave. I just need to do this fight gradually versus all as one go. Yeah, so we're knocking it down enough that they are trying to patch themselves up as able. Alright, looks like we got another patrol rolled into the town. Mostly weaker cannibals. Rual will probably still go down because he's got a pretty bad stomach injury. He hasn't had a chance to patch it up or recover. Alright. So we are just making a mess of this place. But we're gonna need to have a gap in the combat enough for us to patch ourselves up. Well, I saw a limb bounce off this wall back here. Was it your arm? Yes, it was. And you are gonna stay unconscious. Okay, a random shrieking bandit apparently just rolled into the middle of this carnage. To which, you know, the wise babbler yelled, "Yeah!" And we're gonna go, "Uh-huh." He goes, "Yeah, eek, ah, shriek." And we're gonna go, "Eek," back to him. I have no idea if that's the right answer or not, or how this is all going. I don't even see the babbler in there. Like, I have no idea where it was, considering all of just the straight up carnage in the middle of all of this. I need you to stop getting up and fighting long enough for me to patch up. All right. Where are you going? Oh, you're way out there. Hey, could you two try and get back with the rest of the team? Oh, you can't run that far anymore, can you? I do wish there was like a leashing thing that you could say like here's the leader of the team. Don't go farther than this unless you're actively being injured or something like that. To sort of just have a way that you could be like, yeah, don't keep running into town farther and farther and farther. Not only must I feel crummy on the inside, but now I'm cursed to look like it on the outside. Who's saying that? Bong spill is? Okay. All right. There's just so much violence here. And it's because of just how, like, volume-wise, just how many units we've downed here, that they're just more and more able to keep getting up. Oh, good. You remember that Rual still needed to be patched up after all this time. But like I said, if they keep feeding themselves into the group one by one, we keep knocking them down and injuring them, we are depleting their resources. And as long as we can sit here and just patch ourselves up again and again, we can just ride this out and eventually win. Man, I'm glad we restocked our repair kits before we came here. So we've already wiped out about a fourth of the population of this town that they're actually dead. So all the ones that are just unconscious here don't even count against that. So we're making good progress. That said, still a lot of activity going on. What is happening over here? Ah, shrieking bandits. That's fine. Okay. We're just ping-ponging back. Oh, we got another group of 4 or 5 got up and ran into our group. So that'll be more to the pile. Yeah, you can see some of these ones, they've stopped being patched up anymore because they've used up all their medical. So that'll be more and more of a thing we deal with. Alright, so you're not fresh, so you've been still in the fight. You're probably trying to crawl away and we chased you. Hey, Nick, we're doing pretty good. We are currently wiping out the main city of the cannibals. Let's go ahead and have Marco, since they're kind of the anchor everyone is running to protect. Get them back to Rual till Rual regains consciousness. Ooh, we got one of the cannibal chiefs. Alright. Let's do a quick save here. Marco, there is the target. Go get him, friend. You get 5 hours of sleep, but woke up with a light fever and really confused. You'll probably pass soon. I hope so. Being sick is no good. So we are now bullying one of the chiefs with pretty much everything we could throw at it. The good news is the weapon he has is utterly useless against robots. Alright. So you actually have good. So we're gonna have one of you is gonna step up. Alright. So I'm not gonna bother with all that. We are gonna take that away from you. But otherwise your stuff. It's like good valuable equipment. But we're not gonna worry about that. You belong to me now, and now Dragos is on defense duty. They have got the $40,000 bounty on their shoulders, ready to rock and roll. Whoa, don't, wherever you're going, stop it. The fight stays here. Don't go just beelining into the other part of town. Not till we've established everything. Like, don't get me wrong, we're slowly... Where do you download Kenshi? Steam. It's a Steam game. And how are you doing? You're still recovering. So we did get one of their chieftains. Is it open world? Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those games that doesn't, like, there isn't a, this is how you win. You kind of make what you want of it. Where are you going? Where are you going? Stop running across the entire zone. It's the reason I keep intercepting is you keep, where, what does it say? So you're attacking enemies, but where? I mean, that one's fine, I guess. I just see you running to the other side of town being like, please don't. We're already dealing with a lot of enemies over here. Let's get this situated. Get Rual off the post over here. Yeah, no, right now I'm just leaving him there because he's just going to go unconscious, and with the way the cannibals work, they're just going to keep picking him up again and again. Which actually, now I think about it's not that big a deal. Because it just means the ones that are conscious and hiding will just go to pick him up. Bonk. That's fine. You'll probably win that fight, actually. All right. I didn't want to put it back on it. Oh, you still have your jobs turned on. I see. Oh, that's Darth. Like, wait. That looks like one of the people we want to get rid of. Or want to hold captive, whatever. You know I'm going with that. Alright. Get the one trying to run away, please. Alright, and get Marco. Where did you go? Okay, you're over here. That's fine. Run back to Rual so they don't take off. Because everyone is on defense of Marco because they're the slowest one. It's one to manage our people. Alright. So Rual will be able to get back up in not too terribly long. And meanwhile, Dead Cat population is not quite cut in half yet. Could you stop? Alright, go free him again. Can you look close? Can you look close? I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you're saying with that. Like, you can zoom in really close more than you want. Like, that is an option. But, like, this is a game where situational awareness is kind of a big deal, so you don't really want to be zoomed in real close all the time. You just pick up Rual to avoid doing this. The thing is, it is kind of baiting them to get up and go for Rual, which does make it easy to find which enemies are conscious. Zoom you. Yeah, no, you can zoom, like, we got like robot people going on here. But, like, I want to be zoomed out, so if I have, like, a giant group of 50 enemies coming, I'm not caught by surprise. Wait. Oh, that's draconic. I got panicked. It's like, where's the hostage? Or not hostage, where's the prisoner? What, all robot? They're not all robots. Rual isn't a robot, but this group is mostly robots. Whereas my other group back home, they're human and Czech and hivers and all sorts of stuff. But we did deliberately bring a group that's almost entirely robots out here because they don't need to eat, so I don't have to worry about carrying ridiculous amounts of food. Very genuine, I think. If I were to do like just a normal start again, I would probably just choose to I'd probably just turn down the food. Not even because like it's easier or whatever. It's just more of a hassle to be like, oh, we've been fighting, but I gotta go home and go get my food. Like, don't get me wrong, food in the game is expensive, so there is certainly an argument to be said it's supposed to be the challenge to keep yourself fed. Once you get past the earlier stuff, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, so you still got the bounty over there. Robot need battery? No. No, the robots literally have no ongoing requirement. The only thing that robots have for a negative is they get, like, wear and tear as they get injured. And you have to use a special... You can't just, like, rest it off. You have to actually go to a special thing to get better. So periodically they have to go by and go to what's called a skeleton bed to have them repaired. Because the robot race is called skeletons. Because they kind of look like metal skeletons. Alright, Rual, I just need to wake up, buddy. Because I'm feeling like we've done a pretty good job of wiping out this side of town. We've cut down the town's population to about half. They keep strapping him back up to the pole every time, you know, they go to pop through here. So you don't have any medicine left? Give me your medicine. Stop using it. Alright, because as soon as Rual's back up, I actually think we move on the tower. Any tips to get off the ground? You're like 8 hours of restarts, and you just cannot get anything moving. One thing is just to genuinely not restart. Because very genuinely, the way this game works is the more you get beat up, the tougher your characters get, so they take less damage, they heal faster, and, you know, just generally they take more to knock out. And every hit they land, they do a little bit more damage after that point. And every attack they block or dodge, there's just that little bit more that they do. So restarting will keep setting you back, whereas if you don't restart, then you'll just keep making progress little by little. It is a game that when you start out, like, the saddest little animal will beat the crap out of you, and that's just kind of the way it works. But one of the things you can do to make it a little bit easier on yourself, so you're not spending as much time getting beaten the crap out of, you can sit there and just, you know, like, as She-Wolf was saying, save often, but, like, pick on really, really weak enemies. So, like, generally there's a group called the Starving Bandits. They are primarily in the border zone area. That the Starving Bandits are a good enemy to throw yourself against, get beaten the crap out of, spend some time sleeping in the dirt, rinse and repeat. And if you lose a fight where your character is going to die, just save scum and reload. It's not meant to be played as like a commitment style game where if you make a mistake, your run's over. It is very much a game that you're going to reload, try a fight, lose it, you know, then reload and like dodge the fight or whatever. Or like, if you lose a fight but you're not in danger of dying, that's perfect. Because you gained a bunch of stats and you didn't die for it. So, like, if you fight the Starving Bandits and they knock you unconscious but you're not going to bleed out, no problem. Yeah, training dummies, if you build your own base, can be nice. They can get you to, like, 10 or so in your offense and defense, but you got to do base building, which means you're probably going to end up having to fight stuff to get there. Alright, so everyone is back up. Checklands are fairly safe to beat up in. Yeah, the border zone can be pretty okay. Shek area can be pretty okay. Yeah, beak things, bone dogs, cannibals, fogmen, like those are the ones you don't want to get knocked out in, because they don't just leave you laying there and like steal some of your stuff or whatever. They eat you, and then you die. Oh yeah, no, that's until you're in pretty good shape for fighting, you want to avoid the things that will eat you. Again, you just got to be comfortable like save scumming, just going, oh, that fight went badly, I'm gonna lose people, let me reload. Like, if people steal your food or whatever, don't worry about that, that's fine. There's pros and cons with the skeletons. The skeletons mean you don't got to worry about food and whatnot, which is nice. But you do have to repair. And once you know the map, there are places that you can get like the skeleton beds that, you know, are free to get a hold of. But oh, was that the same one that Darth had? I don't think that is. Where is Darth? Where are you, Darth? Names, you're here somewhere. You didn't die. At least I doubt you died. There you are. Yeah, so you still got yours. Okay, so we got another one of the chieftains up here. So let's get Marco in there. Macro, I keep calling him Marco. Oh, I think the Shrieking Bandit rolled in and pulled one of the leaders out of the town for me. Yeah, no, I was having problems reading because, like, the names that get too long, it's just cutting the ends off, so it's a little harder to make them out because you're looking for, like, the first letter and it's not visible. We got another cannibal chief here. I'm gonna have Rual stay on defense for right now. Because some of those chieftains' weapons can actually be a danger to Rual. Like a big danger to Rual. With how injured he is. Okay, so with that, we're gonna take one of our ones. So Long Claw. This person's your responsibility. We got that chieftain. That's just a regular guy down there. The game Rual is playing now has been active for many streams. His characters suck at fighting everything. Oh yeah, no, that's we're talking this run probably. I don't know where are you going? Wherever you're going, I don't need you down there. I need you up here. All of you. Up here, you up here. Don't worry about people not here. Worry about the chieftain up here. 134 days in Kenshi time? Yeah. Because actually, I was going to say, it's like, I have no idea what my real life hours are in the game right now in this run. But yeah, no, like I said, if people go back to the beginning of this run, we spent a lot of time face down in our own blood. Like, a lot of time. That is just Kenshi. It's just one of those games you spend half your time unconscious or in your own blood in the early game until you get later. That's what, like, and there's enough jank that you just don't want to... Oh, I need you on block so you don't risk our bounties. Where are you going? Stop running away. Stay with the group. That's fine that they're there. You're gonna fight them. But, like, don't go running half across the map or fighting tough enemies. We ate a lot of dirt to get where we are. Yup. That's just the way Kenshi is. You're going to spend a huge amount of time unconscious. Alright, so it's a spiky cannibal. Every time I'm seeing that big axe thing, it's like, oh, do we have a leader? How is the population of Dead Cat going so far? We're halfway through the population here. The dirt made us strong is full of iron. Sadniel, there you go, buddy. Alright, get everyone patched up. Yeah, it's full of iron from all the blood. The blood was ours. Alright, start first aiding the bounties here. I don't need to, like, get them actually healthy. I just need them to not be deteriorating. So if we spend a little time here, we're not having problems with our bounties dying on us. Alright, Rual will first aid that last one there. Alright, good enough. I just need the vitals secured so that nobody dies. Okay. So we're doing pretty good so far. We've got 3 leaders with us now. There shouldn't be very many more if we haven't got them all. But that's already 120,000 worth of bounties here. We can push into the main building some more, because then we can circle back out to start taking out more. We have officially gotten through half of the population of the town. Could you, like... Oh, it's a tower, so there's multiple floors. That's fair. Oh, there's a load-in. We've got Chieftain, a Chieftain, just a regular one. Alright, so there's 2 more Chieftains in here that we're seeing. A regular tough one. Okay. So that's going to be a little rough. That's a lot of strong enemies in one big group. Yeah, because you got like 50s in stats, you got 70s in stats, so this is gonna be a really not great fight. Make sure that we have Sentient Cookie. Where is Darth? We need to make sure Darth stays the heck out of there. Okay. Just the ones that already have the bounties collected. We want them to stay out of the fight as best we can. Yeah, so that one and that one are the ones we care about the most. Sentient Cookie, buddy, not in the middle of the fight. Where did... Okay, you go ahead and pick them up right now. I do not want them getting back up. They're dangerous. Where was the other leader? It was fighting right there, but I lost sight of him. Did he glitch through the terrain? Is he outside? Where did you go? On the ground under the stairs? Yeah, I don't see him. Oh, I think, is he... I mean, he's probably not dead, so he'll probably get up again on his own. Alright, so grab everyone, because more than likely the other leader's still alive. Yeah, I'm guessing he's glitched in the terrain. Random merchants, that's fine. So I'm trying to pick up the ones that fell through. Because there's always one of the dangers when you get into fights right next to some terrain and all that stuff. You can run into issues where people glitch through the terrain. Yeah, so I don't see the other leader. Like I said, there's a good chance he's just down here, glitch through the terrain. And if we give him just a little bit, he'll wake up again and he'll come to attack us, and that'll be a thing. Checking over here for any other leaders we see. I'm not seeing any. And you're just finding the regular ones down there. Because it's right around here that it happened. Yeah, because you can see where the blood was from the fight. So, I mean, ultimately, if that leader just drops to the train and we don't have to deal with them again, that's fine. So what is even in this building? Got a bunch of empty cells. One cannibal who's decided they still need to keep working. Yeah, the jerky. Alright, so storage with nothing in it. Interestingly, there's skeleton beds in here. Which is not... and robotics and all that. So that's a curiosity. Alright, we got another cannibal chieftain and another cannibal chieftain and another cannibal chieftain. Okay. Oh, hi. Alright, so new plan. We're going to save here. Because we're gonna see this through before we switch games. So new plan, we are going to take our prisoners, and we're going to go ahead and put these prison cells to use. So we had Sentient Cookie. If you just go ahead and put your prisoner in there, it's fine. Darth Dragos, put them in there. Longclaw, put them in there. Oh, Everyone's rolling in downstairs. This is not what I expected this to play out. Okay. Longclaw, did you get yours put away? No, you're still on it. Okay. Did the leader come down, though? That's the thing that's... Okay, leader is still upstairs. Everyone in the building came down except the leader. I can maybe work with this. This is a lot of really tough enemies. Pick them up real quick. Toss them in the cell. Longclaw, buddy? I'll have to just pull you out of the cell afterwards. Same with cinching. So a bunch of people are getting shoved in through the terrain into the cells and all that. Okay, could someone snag that person? Pick them up real fast. Chuck them in a cell. Basically, I'm trying to put all the bounties in the cells real fast. So one, like, they can't get back up and get back to fighting us. And then for two, so I've got them secured where at least they won't be an immediate problem again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, Rual can pick you up and put you in a cell. Alright, same deal. Pick you up. Put you in a cell. Man. Nope, don't pick the lock. Alright, just making sure no one is running upstairs. Stop, please. Oh. I'd love to help you, man. But I got my own thing in the middle over here. I genuinely would love to help you. But, like, that is just not in the cards at the moment. Man, we have so much. So, like, genuinely, I can almost not get all these people out of here. Like, this might be a two-tripper just because... What's it take to get... Oh, well, that worked out. So pick you up. Put you down there. And pick you up. And put you down here. And I'm just doing it that way. When I go to actually wipe them out, that's not a whole big thing. Alright, so is there any more of the leaders here? So get everyone patched up. I'm just going to assume one of the leaders was the one that fell over there and got their way in. Are you using their generators to store their prisoners? Yes. Actually, no, don't attack him. Let him patch up his buddies, because I was going to need to do that. And now I don't have to. Oh, wait, never mind. You're patching that guy up. Yeah, get out of here. Alright, meanwhile, I need to start patching up these prisoners so they don't die on me. Because they're worth less if they do die. Could you not? Of course, Rual got knocked out. And Rual's gonna be knocked out on top of that. Why can I not patch you up? Agnew, buddy? I don't know how you got there, but that's not where I want you. Yeah, so it keeps happening is just the way the terrain can be real glitchy in this game. People keep glitching through the terrain, and it's a real problem. So back up over here. Give some people some space. Alright, someone who's got some medical on them. I need to patch up those prisoners real fast. They're just trying to stabilize them so we don't have to worry about them bleeding out and dying. Like, they're just wounded, whatever. Meanwhile, we can grab you, stand out here so you got some space. Where were you? Okay, so JD. Are you bandaging him up for me? Thanks, man. You're the best. Let's let them do their thing for a minute. They are... Why will you not please group up so there's actually space here? Okay. I'm honestly okay if you just want to keep Rual in the cell for a hot minute. Don't go upstairs. We had like a whole extra patrol roll in. That's fine. We should be okay with this. Alright. The cage room is non-stop fighting. Yeah, the difference is I'm patching up between fights, and they're not getting... What is going on here? Could you take this fight down here, please? You're scaring me going up that stairs, because that dude on the top floor is terrifying. I keep watching for them to go upstairs, like, stop it. Alright, come on. So I need you to be patched up more. I don't know why Rongor specifically seems to be incapable of helping people. So you're going to just toss it over to one of the arbiters, who also won't do anything. There you go. Oh, you just already patched? No, you're not. I don't understand why you're fighting me on this. I think it's just not hitting the actual cannibal chief. Yeah, so you're fine, you're fine. So we're watching for the ones laying down on the ground, because that means they're in bad shape. Oh, that's Rual. That's fine. Rual's just taking a nap. Alright. So I kind of want to just push to where we go to fight the main guy. I don't think we can walk away right now. No, and immediately we're going to shove people through terrain. Just because we have all these strong enemies down here that keep getting back up, we're just going to wear them down. Can you use the skeleton beds to heal your guys? We can. Or actually, we probably can. 0 pay per day. The bed needs power to operate. No, we can't. They're unpowered. Which presents a number of questions I don't know what the answers are. Can you not cage all of the bounties? Then allow the skellies to cycle the bed through the beds until it's healed? Rual's in a cage. Yeah, he got knocked unconscious, so they did that. So we're getting to the point that some people are getting worn out. We just need to keep making a point that as they get up, just re-engaging them again and again, keep stacking up the injuries. Eventually they'll stop being able to get up. Checking some of these bodies to make sure we actually take the medical to try and avoid this getting too much of a headache. Pretty sure I took all yours. There's so many of the tougher ones here. Like, that's the issue, is there are just so many of the black armored ones that they can just really take a hit. Okay, I think I took all the medical from all the properly armored one. Also, community night is tomorrow night? Correct. Why do they have a head in their backpacks? It's just the way the game handles bounties with the mod. Normally, they would not have that. So it's just, the mod wanted to add a bounty to just like all the cannibals and all of the fogmen. And so they just have them have like an item in their inventory that's worth a little bit of money. Please stop hitting my bounty. Please stop hitting the bounty. I don't want the bounty to die, because then I only get half pay, normally. Alright. Alright, very last learning. You sleep well. You gonna actually beat up this person? Actually, I picked up Agnew. Man, there was a lot of actually like tough enemies in here. So we're waiting for them to regain conscious, and same with Rual. Rual's got a while though. We might go into the last fight, try to do it without Rual, and then circle back. The big thing I want to make sure... Wait till they get up. Big thing I want to make sure is that these are beat up enough that they don't come back. I love that they cannot initiate the fight with him because he's just walking away. Yeah, and that's the thing the AI does a really bad job about. Is like a unit that can move fast enough can just kite. The way that the NPCs deal with that is actually do a good job of just like running ahead of you and then starting the swing, but a lot of your characters just won't do that. Please stop hitting all the bounties. Alright, you're about to get back up. So they shouldn't keep getting up much longer. We've been doing a lot of decent hits on them. A lot of them are going pretty far into the negatives, into recovery, coma, and all that. Okay, so the bounties here are getting way too injured. And that's just because since they were standing up, they're getting hits at the enemies through the cages, which shouldn't be a thing, but I'm worried that if we don't get that solved, we're going to literally kill all of our bounties. But we're talking an absurd amount of money in here. I'm pretty scared of the main cannibal, though. That main cannibal upstairs is very genuinely 100 stats, which is double my strongest character. And the reason I'm scared, like, I'm not as scared about winning the fight. That might not be that big a deal. I'm concerned about getting one-tapped and having someone actually die. And Draconic's leg is not recovering fast. And JD is down again. Like, these guys here are keeping us from pushing. And I know I'm going into this segment longer than I intended, but that's okay. But once we establish this one way or the other, we'll make the move. So I want you to just get out of there. Don't stay in that corner. Come on out. Alright, now we deal with you. Such a slacker. I mean, you keep getting knocked unconscious. Like, that's the thing. The injuries are stacking up on us as well. It's just, we can endure quite a bit more because we can repair ourselves versus a lot of these ones. Those injuries are stacking up and just getting worse and worse. There's any of the others laying down that they weren't before. You're okay, you'll probably be fine, you'll probably be fine. Don't care, you're gonna die. You're actually back on your feet. You'll be okay, you'll be... maybe okay? You're fine. I am glad enough that they're not smart enough to release the others, because all, like, 9 or however many of those there are coming after me now would actually be pretty rough. Yeah, thing is, I have to get them more to over negative 54 before they stay down. And once they stay down, they'll stay down forever. Actually, you tried to do something. Do you have a bandage I missed? No. Yes, like that one is gonna die now. I don't have to worry about him getting back up. Yeah, you're noticing they're not getting up nearly as fast as they were before. Yeah, like that one's gonna just die. That one, you're on the fence. Now you're gonna get back up. You're gonna get back up. No, please don't go attack them back here. Just come on out. Now go and get him. Free game now. Just didn't want you to attack him in the middle there. You'll still probably get back up depending on how much that wound gets worse. Alright. Rual should be ready to pop out soon. Alright, so you're recovered from your coma. A lot of leaders are actually getting up properly now. Yes, there's no one left on this floor at all. And there's no one but the leader up here. Which is the Cannibal Grand Wizard they've got going on here. But yeah, as you can see, he's got 104 attack, 87 defense, 72 strength, 66 dexterity, 101 toughness, which means he resists 75% of damage. He is a thick boy. Go smack that guy in the face, please. Don't, I don't know where you're going, but upstairs, no, don't go upstairs. Oh, one of the enemies got hit so hard, he literally, like, merged through the floor. I know where you're going, but stop it, please. All right. So one of the big good news here is, with all these people getting up constantly, could you not medic him, please? Oh, you're still set to block. Don't do that. Oh, this whole time. Sentry Cookie, stop blocking. Dara, stop blocking. Longclaw, stop blocking. My bad. You're allowed to participate in this fight. Alright. How are you doing, JD? You gonna be up soon? Relatively. Okay, so a lot of them are starting to actually die. Or be in recovery coma, or critical. All of those are fine. It's just the ones that are going to get back up. I've got to stop that before we do the attack. Just because I'm fighting a ridiculously powerful enemy. The last thing I need is something that's reasonably tough fighting me from behind as well. They're not going to spawn, are they? The game does... I don't think they do, like, the respawn in that sense. Like, they do remake units and all that, but inside their base, I don't think I've ever had a unit respawn near me. Gotcha, Luxray. Yeah, Longclaw is fantastic. It's really a shame that those in South Korea are getting kicked off the platform. And again, that's a thing with the ISPs in South Korea, not Twitch doing anything like bad or morally questionable or whatever. It's just the ISPs in South Korea are terrible, and unfortunately, a lot of streaming services are leaving because they just cannot afford to be there. So you don't understand why this building doesn't have power? Does the skeleton bed have a power button? No, it's cannibals. My assumption is they took this from someone else, and the power infrastructure has failed in that meantime. But, like, the beds are just sitting there because no one's using them. It is a troll thing there where it's like, oh, I can just patch up right here, and you can't. Alright, so you'll get back up. I think we only have 2 left that are going to get back up anytime soon. 3. We got 3 left that can get back up. And that's one of them right there. Sir, I'm going to need you to go back to sleep, please. If you go back to sleep, that'd be great. So you're down. He's still going to get back up another time, and then this one's going to get back up over here one more time. I'm also kind of waiting for JD to get back up, because, like, very genuinely, a lot of South Korea is about to get VPNs. True. So you're not down forever yet. Neither are you. But you probably have like one more hit and then you're down forever. I'm gonna get that knocked out because I feel like that'd be a good place to come to a stop of, like, for the switch, is take down the main guy. Is a solid place. So we're probably not gonna actually wipe out the city because I'm gonna take this giant mountain of bounties. And we're taking those with us, and then we can wipe out the town next time. Because we got, like, 2,000-3,000... Oh, actually, you're critical. Still gonna keep getting back up. I gotta get them to the point where they're, like, 58 or below or something like that. Yeah, 53. They have to be 53 or below in one of these top 3 stats. That's when they won't get up again. Ah, what was that? Jeez. Don't you dare bandage anyone up. What were you doing? Were you tossing someone in the prison cell? You brought me a new one. Stop it. All right. So JD's back up, so I think what we're going to do is we're not going to drag this out anymore, because I feel like we are going to slowly cycle in more and more people like this. So we're going to quick save. And then... Alright, good buddies. I'm not feeling amazing about this, but we're going upstairs. So let's get to the ramp to up here, because that should be line of sighted. And then... the big guy. Or actually, I probably want them to stagger in as a group, so just go for it. Get him. He yelled, meat walkers. Ah, the inedible one. $80,000 bounty. Alright, Darth Dragos is leading in. Oh, you hit for 200. 360, whoever just took that 360 hit, you're probably dead. Oh, good God. Well, Rual's dead, there's another death, and Longclaw's dead, and Sad Neil's dead. He's just Single hand. How did you take 300? Oh, you lost an arm. There goes your leg. Allison's getting real lucky that they haven't died already, considering how much. Allison's dead. And he walks away the victor. So I'm gonna be real, chat. I am just gonna go on a hunch here and say we are not ready to fight that man. Oh, we're gonna need to be wearing some proper plate mail and have like toughness of 70 to 80. Sir, you can keep your town. I understand. When he hit, I think it was Darth, he hit for 380. I was like, oh, I see. I get it. All right. Hey, a Gooma Bear, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. We definitely did not just absolutely get wrecked. But, welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? And I'm judging by what was being said. You're playing some Helldivers. But, thank you so much for everyone popping in. For those who don't know, Gooma Bear, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. A VTuber who is a giant bear. Been playing some Helldivers 2, Blacksmith, The Song of Two Kings. So if either of those games sound like stuff you'd like to see, you can definitely find it over there. But yeah, you missed by a couple seconds. We're like, cool. It's the main man of the cannibal faction, who's worth 80,000 a bounty. Yeah, we could send our entire force and handle it. We didn't knock him down like 10-20%. And he didn't just knock down, but killed probably like 6 of our people straight up in a single hit. It was, we have established that that man gets to stay on his throne today. We will come back at a future date when we're stronger. Because we are going to take all of his other leaders that we have thrown into their prison cell, their own prison cells, and we're gonna take them out of here, because that is a thing we're gonna have to deal with. I'm worried that now that they're all back on their feet, I'm gonna have to pick them up one by one, and like have to deal with this. All right. So you go pick this person up. Okay, that's exactly what's going to happen. So they popped out. Oh, weirdly, it still let me pick you up. All right, so that's one of them. Let's see, you think that's bad? Wait until you start fighting Bugmaster. I have fought Bugmaster. So we're running a mod called Genesis, which has increased the damage on a lot of people. To give you context, that guy hit us with a mace against our skeleton people, and the amount of damage he was doing was somewhere in the ballpark of like 380 per hit. No, if he doesn't want to medic him up, that's fine. You do your thing, friend. And then come out here, we'll rough you up. And I guess we'll knock them all down again. I see. I was wondering why he seemed so much beefier when I bonked him. Yeah, that was just the whole thing. The fact that he rolled it and just like straight up wrecked us. Yeah, I'm just letting him patch up our other bounties. All the people we have back here are 40,000 each. So we have somewhere in the air of almost like 160, $180,000 worth of bounties tucked in back there. Oh. You got back up. All right. Okay, so you've got that one, so you go ahead and block. Agnew, this is your charge now. So you block, and we're going to tell you to hold your positions on these two. So you stop getting involved. Oh, because you're still going to try and patch people up. That's fine. Alright. So the plan was to capture him, and then it would come time to switch our games. Because that's normally what I do, is around 11 p.m. EST I switch games. For those who don't know, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch and all that good stuff. Alright, so hold's not going to work at them. Because they do have the escort job turned on. But we'll keep him on block. Alright, so we got a posture check, a stretch, and all that stuff. But, yeah, so the plan had been to capture the main leader, and then, you know, take that main leader to claim the bounty. But, like, we were going to capture it, and then we're going to do our game switch. But, that plan has changed, because I am entirely on the understanding there is zero chance outside of, like, really abusing game saves, like, you know, land a hit, save the game, back off, save. Like, and I'm not going to do that. That we're getting through that fight without a lot of casualties. Alright. Start picking that. Meanwhile, Sad Neil, you get over here. You've got it. You can handle it. Alright, because it seems to be, if I can catch them before they get out of the cell, they don't have to worry about it. Alright. So next contestant. They're just trying to get all these people real fast. So next contestant will be you. Oh! Bodyguard doesn't count as a job. Can I still... Yeah, it's too late. All right. Please stop pushing him in the corner where he's going to glitch through the terrain. Alright, that's fine. So you pick him up. Now, all of you, get out of that corner. Okay, so I've got you. It'll be Allison Adventures. You tell them both to pick the cells, and Allison will be ready to grab the person the moment it succeeds. Alright, so you're on block. Get out of here. And same deal here. Let Marco ready to grab you. Back up, too slow. What are you doing? Are you bandaging yourself? Yeah, we don't want to have that, so if you could just stop. Alright. He's using a weapon that's terrible against skeletons, so he's doing, like, no damage to anyone but Rual, which works out perfectly for me. I would like to pick them up. Oh, you already have? Do you already have one? Yep, that's the problem. Pick you up. Alright. So now I get JD 2v0, and we basically already fought all these guys. And did all this. I just needed to put them in the cells temporarily to, you know, basically secure my bounties while I was fighting all of this crap. Alright, so Longclaw will be the next one, so we can go ahead and get that going. We got 2 more to grab. Oh, Longclaw can just unlock that themselves, they don't need help. Alright, and that's you. And then the last one. Too slow. So everyone get back out here to the opening, so when that guy goes to fight. Could you not? Alright. The hardest part's gonna honestly just getting all these bounties out of here because of how slow we're gonna move. And that half of our, like more than half of our people, the bulk of our force is gonna be carrying people. Alright. I would like you to fall down, please. Yeah, so poking at the cannibals, and this isn't my only group. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so I've actually got a second group that is my home defense. That I've got our base over here that I've been building up gradually. But they're not the ones we've got sending in. We got a group that, with the, we're running the Genesis mod, which just is an overhaul thing. That does give us some, like, big benefits to a lot of this stuff. Alright, so we've got all of the bounties out of their cells and everything, so we've got all the money. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extricate these people. I had planned to wipe out their main town, because they had wiped out Otto and the Cannibal village to the south. And we've done a number. We've knocked the population down by more than half. But we've come to accept the main guy there is not going down. Yeah, we're going nowhere fast. Okay, with that said, as the characters start moving, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we were about to switch games when you all popped in. We had planned to take down the main guy and then move on from there, like to the switch games, but realizing we don't stand a chance right now, we're going to have to come back later. I'm going to go ahead and get the poll going, so what are we doing now? And I will put RimWorld on the list. Farming Simulator 22 will go on the list. What else do I want to put on the list for the time being? I don't think I want to get into Enshrouded right now. I'll put SnowRunner on the list. And I'm trying to avoid, because I've been doing it lately, where I'll put the game I'm playing on the list, which usually means it wins, which is totally understandable. But I'm trying to avoid that so I don't end up playing just the same game all the time. Because that, like a full stream is just the same game. Because I do stream for 9 hours, so I do like to switch it up. So many of them are queued up to just... Oh! You lost an arm. I didn't even realize that. We'll get that sorted. Would you defend yourselves, please? Like, I know a bunch of you are on block only, but not all of you. It's like Rongor could fight. Yeah, I'll have to... When did Allison lose her arm? I mean, that's fine, because that means we get a much better arm for them. But it's pretty rare you have skeletons lose an arm without abusing things. Alright, Snowrunner, is there any other games I want to put on the list real fast? Like, I know Coral Island got a bunch of updates that were nice. Not like major updates, but like quality of life stuff, some fixing stuff for like achievement hunting and all that. But it's definitely not what we want to focus our time on, like achievement hunting. Oh, a big group of you are still going. Could you rejoin the rest of the class, please? Yeah, we'll just do what we got here. All right. Lemmings, I don't even know if you have that game. I have played and beat Lemmings back in the day, but we're talking like Lemmings on the Super Nintendo and all that. Oh, I think what happened is they got attacked and ran full speed versus the slower speed because we're carrying everything. So there's a poll up. If you do not see the poll, you'll need to refresh your browser, or if you're using the mobile app, a lot of times you do have to close the app and reopen it. Like, actually close, not just minimize it. It's just a problem that happens the longer you watch the stream. That can happen, and the only thing you can do is refresh. I can't do anything on my end. But if we do RimWorld, it's the start of a brand new run. I don't know if we'll do like the pollution challenge, the whole tile challenge. We'll do something like that. With Farming Simulator, we do have the Survivor Man challenge that we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. I'm not allowed to take loans and leases. I got to build up from there and that all good stuff. And so we get all that going in. So it'd be continuing that. That's been getting pretty far. That's been going really well. And then SnowRunner would continue where we're at in Michigan on that. I kind of don't expect SnowRunner to stand a real chance, to be honest. It was one of those games that did well when we first started playing it, and then as people were like, it wasn't the new kind of fun thing, that it kind of started to wear down. But you'll want to go ahead and vote in that poll. We haven't been doing. I used to do it where you could like throw 1,000 extra points to like finagle it, and I had enjoyed doing it. But it started to become kind of a problem that there was a handful of people who were deciding so many of the votes and all that because they just been here forever and had tons of points. And while it was nice to get rid of those points from people, it kind of meant that a handful of people were kind of unilaterally deciding things for the whole channel, which is fine. But it was one of those things that, like, it was very clearly individuals were, like, leading it. Oh, yeah, no, there was a bunch of people who were doing that, which is fine. I literally had the extra points as a way of drawing those out. And Draconic decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. Excellent. Like, that was the point, as rewarding people who tune in more often. It just got to be a little much. And then it's like, okay, well, I could increase the price per vote to, like, 5,000, where it's like 1,000. Okay, well, I could increase it to 10,000. You know, that would definitely rein it in, but then would that feel like a reasonable use of points? Oh yeah, so Draconic reduced the cost of winning Twitch, and then a Night Dweller increased it. Low-key, I still love that whole thing. For those who didn't notice, the efficiency of decreasing is not as efficient as increasing. So if everyone rallies together, they could very much bring it down, like, to where everyone could win Twitch. But, I mean, it just takes a couple people to ruin it for everyone. Which is fun. Yeah, it's 1/5 the effectiveness. Which is fine. Yeah, so we'll just keep this moving until we hit the point that, until we hit the point that the vote is over, and then we'll get switching over. Draconic still voting to decrease the cost of winning Twitch. Only 3 more, and you'll be back to where we started. So far as that going. As in for the stream. For the record, it has actually been slowly going down. But there are days like this where people try to decrease the cost and it ends up just going the wrong direction. Some people just choose violence. Alright. So we're going to pick up the speed here. Because we are slowly making our way across cannibal territory. Yeah, that's how... So it's interesting that Auto, even though he wiped it out, still gets patrols, but the other ones don't. That's okay. Oh, pathing. You will always be cursed. Who's that? Berserkers. Leave me alone. I don't want to deal with you right now. Alright. I've already got like $160,000 worth of bounties or whatever this actually boils down. Actually, no, it's probably more. Was it 40,000 per? This is probably like 200 something thousand dollars worth of bounties. So we do want to just extract. It'd be nice to have taken the leader of the cannibals as well, but that's not likely. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to get us to our outpost real fast. Because I don't want to forget those guys are right behind me. Oh yeah, no, all the stuff around winning Twitch is just about burning points. Yeah, so I just want to get my bases right there. I just want to get these ones over here so that I'm not in the middle of hostile territory and trying to figure out. But yeah, so RimWorld has run, so we will be switching to RimWorld here in a minute. Would people prefer I do the pollution challenge or the whole tile challenge? To explain the two challenges, the whole tile challenge is you're allowed to build on all but like the very edge of the map in RimWorld, and the whole tile challenge is to use all of that space. Of which like the big rule around it is that you must use all of the usable space for something purposeful or meaningful. So I can't just go, you know, grow zone, click top left, drag top bottom right and say done. Like, it has to make sense. So I'm allowed to have a grow zone, but within reasonable. And then the other one we have is the pollution challenge, which is we set the entire world to 100% pollution. We get like this tiny little pocket in the middle of a map, and we have to like slowly clean the pollution around us. It is a very slow burn kind of style, but you like the whole tile one? Yeah, we could do that. We did a round of the pollution one the other day. I don't remember how that went. Oh yeah, we had a Neanderthal raid rolled in and all that. Let's see, you could also use a giant grow zone, but you must plant all of it and harvest and use it for goods. Right, you could have a large grow zone if it made sense for you to have a large grow zone. Like you're actually using it for a realistic purpose. If you're just like making a giant grow zone, then it's a no-go. The point is, anything you build there should be being utilized in some manner or another. Let's see. Actually difficult to make use of that many drugs. Do max pollution whole tile? I mean, we could do that. They're not mutually exclusive. Like, we can do a pollution run with the intent of it going to a whole tile challenge. Because the pollution run, it was like, the win condition was just to win in any way. And if we're doing a whole tile challenge, it wouldn't be unrealistic for us to have someone max out their royalty, send a couple people off. Alright. The whole tile challenge is fun because you think you need a whole lot of people. Yeah, you will. Like, you don't need them early on, but eventually to keep things running. Alright, so we're gonna save here. So robots on stream. And then I'm gonna save a second time with man with dog, because man with dog is what this started off with as the beginning, is we had one person with their dog, and we just built up from there. Alright, so what's gonna end up happening here is for those over on, well, I mean, actually TikTok will matter. For those over on YouTube, I'm going to be kicking that off, and we're going to be restarting the stream because I can't switch categories there in a way that doesn't mess everything up. So, unfortunately, because YouTube doesn't take their crap seriously, I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I will see you all in a minute. And for those over here, we can go ahead